Okay,
you're dealing with.
consider with this special meeting of the City Commission will be is hereby started. I'll go ahead and not go through my usual openings, but thank you for everyone for being here. A couple of items. We will be starting right at 10:45 with our first interview, and who knows, you may get lucky. We'll start early. You can have a longer break. So, as noted, as the memo we got from Ms. Sell yesterday, I'll be doing the introductions and trying to also be the timekeeper. And I'm asking Sarah to help out too, so that we have 5 minutes left. She'll either throw something at me, which she would love to be able to do on a regular basis, and that'll be your 5 minutes, and I'll be asking the final closing question. On your desk, instead of you having to go back to your computer to try to find all the questions, there's the questions that have been sent to us by Ms. Sell for us to consider. There's also questions that were put together yesterday by Ms. Bosley for us to consider using too. The way I'll do this is that I will start on my, of course, immediate left and go through. We don't need to ask the same questions. You pick whatever question you want to ask when it comes to you. Not all the candidates need to answer the same questions, so just how you feel, how you want to go through it. If you feel like you want to ask the same questions, that'll be fine also. So that's how we will proceed. So with that, anybody have any particular questions? Yes, that's you, Mitch. Just going to share that the questions, so you don't have to keep going back to your iPad to look for the questions. The questions that we've received, suggested questions, are on your desk. Also, candidate evaluation forms are there, so as you go through this, try to, I don't know, everybody has their different way of doing it, but by the end of our interviews today, initial interviews, we need to have these completed, and we'll turn them back in to Ms. Sell so that she can complete those. So we'll take it so she can have them back to take with her. So, and take it from there. Anybody have any questions or concerns?
Just to follow up to that, so what's the deadline? When do you want these today?
By 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Yes, so, okay, that'd be great. All right, so.
Also, I asked Amy, while these will be taken from us at 7, if you have other notes, you can keep those through the weekend, since we're not talking about this until next Monday. Is that correct?
If you have other things that you want to,
Yeah.
On the back, there's plenty of room to take notes on the back of these questions. So there you go. There's something else. Mr. Wilson did contact me that he's not feeling well today, so he won't be here. He'll be watching the videos, and I've asked him to send all his thoughts and concerns or whatever he feels directly to Ms. Sale by the end of the day or whenever he gets to that. So he apologizes for not being here to be with you today. So we take it from there. With that, Ms. Vogel.
Hello.
Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
And thanks for your willingness to be considered and be a part of this community. So why don't we start out and just give us background. I mean, we've read everything. Now, it's easy, right? Now, tell us about it. Tell me your story.
My story.
Yeah.
Well, my name is Liz Vogel, and I'm originally from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. I've been in local government for about 10 years. I actually started my foray in government by meeting my boss in Clinton Township at a Rotary meeting, and he was looking for an assistant, and I had actually run for city council as a youthful indiscretion of myself. And he said, Liz, I really think that you could do really good work. And so 7 years later, as a deputy, I was promoted within 1 year. I learned the ins and outs of local government, and I fell in love. It became my vocation. And so I was ready to spread my wings, and a job opened up in Missaukee County, and it just so happened we had a house in Missaukee County, our second home on an airport. My spouse, Johan, and I are pilots. I'm still a student pilot, but that's actually how we met. And I said, oh my gosh, we have a house 2 miles down the road from the county seat, so I applied for that job. It's been a little hectic, kind of reverse commuting back to Grosse Pointe to see friends and family, but that's been my home for the last almost 2.5 years. And it's just been an incredible journey. I love Michigan in 4 seasons. You have to love Michigan in 4 seasons. It doesn't matter where you live in this state. I guess a little bit about me personally. I minored in ceramics and recently took that back up as a way for me to keep up my mental health and have another hobby in the winter time. So there's a studio in Crooked Lake that I'm a frequent visitor to. Downhill skier, cross-country skier, snowshoer when there's snow, and I'm sure that will come up later because that's a big issue for northern Michigan. And that's a little bit about me.
Okay. Ms. Shamrow.
Sure. Well, I'm just going to jump right in. First of all, thank you for being here today. Appreciate that. So my question is, or scenario, so we're all human, and can you talk about a time where you made a mistake professionally and how you addressed that with the parties involved? So whether it be your staff, a commission, or your superiors, or the public, or all of them.
Yeah, so I actually had a mistake happen recently. By way of background, the Missaukee County was working on a roofing project. It was in the capital improvement plan for years. It was delayed for a number of times for different reasons, funding sources, then the pandemic. And so when I came on board, it was mission critical to get the roofing project done. We have a 7-deck flat roof. So the county courthouse is old and it's been built on with the jail and the sheriff's department. Flash forward, we've been getting bids, we've been looking at the roof deck, are we going to do a part of it or the whole deck, back and forth with commission and committees. The final decision was to do the whole roof. Let's get it done. Let's not piecemeal the project. So we went out to bid, we received a competitive bid, and the project actually was going on this summer. And I get a phone call on a Sunday night from my buildings and grounds manager, and he said, Liz, I didn't want to ruin your whole weekend, but we have a problem. And I said, what? And he said, we missed part of the roof. And I said, well, what do you mean we missed part of the roof? There was a section of the roof in all of these meetings and all of these discussions that I missed. And I said, oh my gosh, okay, so let's get to work early Monday morning. I looked at all the diagrams and I saw this missed piece of the roof. We called the contractor. He said, we missed it. We had a change in staff. We didn't double check the measurements. I called my board chair immediately. I told him what happened. First of all, bad news doesn't get better with age. You need to be really transparent about these issues. The silver lining was that even with that missed piece of the roof, it was still the lowest bid of all the bids that we received. So there was a little bit of silver lining there. We had the funding to cover that gap. And when I went to commission that week to tell them about the missed piece, I said I missed it. And one of my commissioners looked at me and he said, we all missed it. And so there was, I never point the finger. I think it's very important that staff know that we're all in this together. It wasn't anybody's fault, but ultimately the buck stops here. And so just to make sure that we got ahead of it, and we've all moved on, and thankfully the roofing project is done, and I know a lot about roofs now.
Okay. Mr. Warner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So a big thing ongoing, I believe, for this body, and I'm sure for other bodies, is how to make informed decisions. So how do you facilitate and encourage a public body to make an informed decision? And what does that mean to you, an informed decision?
An informed decision means doing a lot of research, having a lot of meetings, whether it be starting at the committee level and then reaching out to the commission level. I have 2 degrees in history. I was born a nerd. I love research. And making informed decisions means looking at a subject from every angle, even if it's an angle that you hadn't considered. If there's public that are interested in the subject, making sure that you're hearing their point of views. Informed decisions, especially at local government level, I like to include staff at all level in those decisions, especially the frontline employees, because they're the ones that are interacting with the public day in and day out. And so if I know that employees in the organization at all levels bring something to the table, and then presenting those options. And sometimes a board likes recommendations, and sometimes they just want the options. Hey, we've researched these options. Here are the ones that we've looked at that seem to make the most sense in we have the funding or we can move forward, and then present those to commission. Some commissions like a recommendation from their city manager, so I would look for direction from the council, the commission, on how you would prefer to receive those, that information.
Thank you.
Mr. Treadwell.
Since different levels of government operate differently between a city or a township or a county,
Yeah.
what is your has your relationship been or experience managing or working with a road commission, a Department of Public Works, or other infrastructure body?
So I love working with other units of government, and I think that that's the best way that we can become the best versions of ourselves. So when I was in Clinton Township, we were always working with the county. We happened to be a township, but we were a perfect 28 square mile. We could have been a city. The next door neighbor, Sterling Heights, is the same size, but they're a city, we're a township. And so communicating to the residents was always a challenge, because Sterling Heights has their own road commission, and the township is reliant on the county. And so you had to learn a lot about other units of government so that you could communicate to your constituents the differences in these local units. In Missaukee County, we have 2 little cities and the rest are townships. The cities have recycling, the county offers a recycling center, and there's always a little bit of confusion in that. I work very well with our road commission. We have a great relationship. It was very dusty early on in this season, and so I needed help brining roads that weren't on their list. And so I could just pick up the phone call and call that manager and say, hey, what's it going to cost? Could you put us on your schedule? Our relationship with the City of Lake City is phenomenal. We actually had a water main break issue in our county park, and the City of Lake City was there first. We got out there. We traditionally have never charged each other for those services because those relationships are so strong.
Okay. Ms. Stanley.
So as new city manager, you would undoubtedly have some ideas about changes or new initiatives you might like to bring to Traverse City. And could you talk about a program or initiative that you had a positive experience with getting off the ground, and how you might potentially bring that to Traverse City?
A change or initiative that I've had success with. Well, first and foremost, change for the sake of change is not good without some data. So I wouldn't come as a new city manager saying we need to bring in this program or we need to change the way we do things. I really think getting to know the staff first would be just step number 1. So I think the best way to make those decisions is to, again, reach out to staff, ask them what's working, what's not working. And I think you asked me about something that I've done that I've been proud of. In Clinton Township, before I left, I was in charge of the first strategic visioning plan that the city had ever done. And it was a way to organize different community concerns and engage the stakeholders at all levels. So we engaged every citizen via online survey. They could come in and do focus groups. And I was really proud of that, because when you try to make funding decisions, well, let's put some money into the Clinton River. We want to do kayaking there, or we want to remove some of these debris, or we want to clean this up, or, well, why are we doing that when we need to work on our crumbling infrastructure? Well, which road do we pick first? Do we pick one that's rated on the scale of an 8, 9, and 10 and keep that one high, or do we pick one that's rated 1, 2, or 3 and start over there? And so I was really proud of that initiative because it brought everyone to the table, and then when we were working on these projects, they could see that their input had been taken seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Colbert.
Yeah, so being city manager means answering to lots of different people,
Yes.
elected officials, city staff, constituents, the press, and it can be overwhelming and it can be challenging.
Yeah.
And I can see that you are motivated and enthusiastic, but I wonder what's behind that. What do you think motivates you to be in local government?
It's
a hard
hard.
job.
It's
a hard
really
job.
hard.
Yeah.
It's hard for the commission. What motivates me is that it's worth it in the end. When I was in middle school, my parents successfully, the PTO successfully lobbied after years and years and years of resistance to close down a road between two playgrounds at my elementary school. And it was dangerous because the 4th and 5th graders had to cross just a regular road in a nice neighborhood to get across, but there had been a lot of near misses, even with crossing guards. And the city commission was against it, and my parents and the PTO said, we need to do this, it's for the safety of the children. And the city commission finally went out to see what the plan was, and one of the city councilors actually almost got clipped. And my parents continued doing this project even after all of their kids were out of elementary school, because that's how important it was. And so that's been sort of that little nugget in the back of my mind. And I have bad days, I'm human, and I know that your staff have bad days. So, you know, the other thing is you have to take care of yourself in all of this and make sure that you recharge your batteries. And that's hard because I always have my phone on me like everybody else, and I'm always checking my emails. But what motivates me is to get the hard work done, because in the end, it's worth it. And you know, now that I'm, you know, in my 40s, and I drive down the street in my hometown and I see those playgrounds connected, and I see how safe the kids are. You know, those are those little things that stay with you.
Thank you.
Okay, you've been here for about 6 months, and you notice that whenever you suggest a possible change to one of your direct reports, they seem resistance. He's not open to a change, or he or she's not open to change, and often speaks glowing to his previous, her supervisor, and how the department should be running. How do you deal with this?
Well, I have dealt with that. So if there is something that I'd like to see changed, I always bring the rationale behind it. And I also communicate weekly with my board. I do like weekly updates. They're not every single week, but we have informal and formal updates where I can just keep the commissioners apprised of what's going on. So when I'm ready to see a change, I explain why. And then if that individual says no, I listen to say, well, why are they resistant? But ultimately, if I think there's a change that needs to happen, I will say, okay, I've heard what you've had to say, but we're going to go in this direction. Let's try it out. And if it doesn't work, we can always change course. It's not a zero-sum game, like if I win, you lose, or vice versa. And I think sometimes people feel like if you make a decision and then change your mind, that it's a mistake. And I don't think it's a mistake. I think it's just using the information you have in front of you. I did have a staff member who really pushed back on a few things, and it was bordering on outright insubordination. And I didn't like write her up. I just said, hey, the decision's been made. We're done talking about it for now. Let's see how things go, and we can always reassess in 3 or 6 months.
Okay, thank you. Shamro?
All right, which one do I want next? So one of the issues facing Traverse City is we have a lot of employees at different ranges, including a lot looking at retirement in the next few years. So what's your experience with succession planning and recruitment and development of teams?
So succession planning is one of the most important things in any organization, in public or private sector, and I think the public sector is really bad at it, just generally speaking. And that's why I'm actually really passionate about it. So we've had a lot of turnover in Missaukee County. You need to start getting ahead of it, looking at job descriptions, having some informal meetings on those, planning ahead, when is so-and-so intending to retire, asking that person who's retiring, hey, what do you think about a future candidate who should be filling this spot, how it should be filled? The world's changed a lot in the last 20 years, and the way we do our jobs has changed a lot. So if someone's been in that role for a very long time, there may be some parts of the role that should stay and maybe some that should be adapted. So using the people that are here now to help inform how to make those future decisions. Sometimes people just leave abruptly, and you need to just be prepared with an interim solution. I actually just had that happen not yesterday, and I'm losing my park director. She got a great opportunity, and I'm really happy for her. And so I immediately stepped into gear. I called my commission. I've identified an interim director just to wrap up the season to get us through the fall. We have reservations coming up, so I've called our reservation company and said, I need boots on the ground people here because I don't have enough staff to help me troubleshoot any sort of technical issues. So you just have to think on your feet and just be ready for it.
I'm sure you're well aware of the discussions here because it's not just Traverse City about housing. So what are your thoughts on moving quickly to address the housing crisis in Traverse City?
You used the word quickly. So housing is a problem all over the state. It's something that's a big problem in Missaukee County too, this city of Lake City. I know that we have representation on the Housing North Board, which I believe actually was founded only in 2018, and the Grand Traverse Rotary Club was a big part of that founding, which is an incredible, generous donation of their resources. Quickly is hard. We actually, by way of example, we gave a local group, Friends Ministry, through our ARPA funding, $67,000 for infrastructure so that they could get ahead of projects that they wanted to build. So if there's a project that's like ready to go, but it's missing a funding source, that could be a way to move quickly. But I've never really been in the thick of trying to find those solutions, but I would want to be a part of that solution. And I guess I would also need to know what you mean by quickly. Are we talking 9 months, 18 months, 24 months, 3 to 5 years? Because those, whatever that definition of quickly is, would define where we would look to find those solutions.
Thank you.
And I guess going off of those previous two questions and the notion of quickly, considering we do have multiple high-level staff vacancies or positions that seem to become vacant, we've got infrastructure issues, we've got housing, we've got homelessness, and other issues. How quickly would you feel comfortable moving to work on issues like that, and what would be your process for getting up to speed?
So I've already been working on getting up to speed, especially on the homelessness issue. And I think I would just want to hit the ground running. I'd want to take direction from council on prioritizing. I'd want to sit and do a lot of research and make sure I interacted with all the other agencies that are dealing with these issues, other nonprofits, especially with the homelessness, meet the community leaders, church leaders, and all the advocacy groups that are working on this issue to see where are they in the process, and then join in and just, hopefully someone will just hand me a baton and I'll just keep running with it. As far as homelessness goes, is that something that that maybe will be another question, or could I address that now?
You can address that.
That'd be great.
I have some notes. Is that okay? So I was on the library board in Grosse Pointe, and over the weekend I met up with the library director, who's now a really good friend, Jessica, and she said, you need to talk to Michelle Howard. And so she put me in touch with Michelle, and we had the most fabulous conversation, and she told me about from her perspective as a library director, because libraries deal with homelessness all the time. It's almost a part of the job description, even if it's not as perhaps elevated as an issue here as it is other places. I was talking with Jessica, and I said, libraries are the last place that you can just go and exist and be without the expectation of paying or buying anything for that matter, or looking at your watch and saying, you've got to go now. But the flip side is that you want it to be a safe place for everyone to go, and unfortunately, if it becomes unsafe and there's substance abuse happening within those walls, you have to protect the institution. And so Michelle was talking about how she had to change the rules and have zero tolerance policies. I think she copied the handbook from the Boston library system, which, you have to protect those investments. And then I also, homelessness is complex. And there was a recent presentation by Emma Moyer and her colleague to the Grand Traverse Rotary, and there are 4 kinds of homelessness. And right now, I think the biggest one that we're seeing in the encampment is chronic, but there's also literal, episodic, and situational. And so I really need to take literally, and I think she actually described it in her presentation as homelessness 101 or unhoused. And so I'm ready to learn. 10 years in local government is like 10 years of grad school, and so I expect that there will be more classes for me to take.
Thank you.
Ms. Stanley.
Well, so you hit on this a little bit already, but so as city manager, how would you go about getting to know this community and building relationships with stakeholders, and who, to your mind, are those stakeholders that you want to be developing relationships with?
I don't even know where I'd start. I want to meet everybody. I actually want to just walk up and down Main Street and meet the business owners, talk to the staff that work there. I want to meet the local retailers, but also the professionals, like the hospitals and the attorneys and the people who are here year-round. And how would I go about it? Well, I actually just signed up. I think it's called Creative Coast. And I was looking at Creative Coast. One of my friends led me to that resource, and they have a quarterly meetup called Freshwater Meetup. And I said, oh, well, if I'm lucky enough to get the job, I want to go, I want to be a part of this group. And I think their next meeting is in a few weeks in Elk Rapids. So that would be really a great way to introduce myself to the community. I am a Rotarian. I would want to join a Rotary Club up here. I'm the past president of my Rotary Club, really proud of that. And that's a great resource. I'd like to meet the other service groups. With regards to homelessness, I know that the churches have been really involved, so I'd want to meet with those leaders. So I think I've touched on quite a few stakeholders. I don't know if obviously the teachers, the librarians, your DDA. I did have a great conversation with Jean Dorenzi. I'd like to get to know her better. So I hope I've touched on those stakeholders. And of course the staff. I want to get to know them, why they work here, and just the same questions that you've asked me. Why do you come to work every day? Why do you like working for the city of Traverse City?
I'm actually a Northern Navigator for the Fresh Coast, and so I highly recommend those events.
All right. Thank you.
Navigator. Hi.
Hi.
I want to be specific on a situation that I see developing here, and that is there is a developing divide in the community between people who live here year-round, feeling that that the government needs to meet their needs, just in terms of repairing streets, for instance, and the conflict with the pressures that tourism brings to the area, and a little bit of resentment going on there. You know, when do we get to be, first in terms of needs? I'm not sure the perception is correct, but it is a feeling out
It's a
there.
feeling.
You also came from an area with tourism pressures, I believe, come from an area.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you're seeing that there, or if you have ideas about working on something like that.
So tourism is the lifeblood of northern Michigan, and we have to come to an accommodation. When I first went through my first and second summers in Lake City, never having been there in the big influx of summer, it was a eye-opener. And I know this is a very serious subject, but I want to give a scenario. I was trying to make a left-hand turn onto Lakeshore Drive, which is M66, and so you've got heavy traffic coming south from Kalkaska, heavy traffic coming south from McBain, and you have trailers and boats and just trains of cars. And you've also got mixed in with that logging trucks, big, massive logging trucks and Christmas tree trucks. And I'm sitting there trying to make a left-hand turn for like 5 minutes. And then I see behind me, now I'm causing a backup because the 3 or 4 people behind me want to go right. And that was when it dawned on me, I should probably just go right. And maybe it's a little bit of a longer way home, and maybe it's a little inconvenient for me, but really it's actually the most efficient, and it's probably going to save me a little hassle. So for local residents, I would say try to come to an accommodation when you can. You know the area better than anybody, so you know where the traffic jams are going to be on certain times of the year. But when those accommodations don't work, you do need to lean on your local units of government to come in and say, hey, we understand that we need the tourism. We understand that the population explodes like by a magnitude of order in the summertime and hopefully in the winter as well. But I feel like it really, the only little bit of contention I've seen in Lake City is when people just don't feel heard. Even if you can't fix whatever the issue is right away, making sure that they know that it's on your radar and that it's not going to just fall to the wayside or go in a drawer and collect dust, because that's when people start to get frustrated, and that's when small issues can become big issues.
Thank you.
Economic development. You've probably been here long enough or watched long enough that in the last 10 years, the last 20 years, there's been a major changes in our area, especially in our downtown. And that's also another tension that's out there, that maybe we have too much economic development, or maybe we don't have enough. It all depends. How do you circle all that around to make sure everything is being addressed as fairly as it could possibly be addressed?
It's hard to see change when you've been here your whole life. So I didn't mention in my introduction that my family had property in Glen Arbor for 20 years. They built a house on State Street in the early 2000s. And I got really personally frustrated when the parking encroached down the road, and then there were lines, and then more things were popping up, and then it became impossible to even go to have lunch at Arts Tavern, and I'm using those examples. So there is frustration when you see growth, and you used to see it a certain way. Like Glen Arbor in the 1990s and early 2000s was really sleepy, and then it became, Good Morning America's most beautiful place, and all of a sudden it was like, whoa. So I think you need to be sensitive to the people that are nervous or fearful of too much growth, and I think that that's what motivates people's feelings, is if they're coming from a position of not knowing what's going on, and it's a position of anxiety and fear. And you need to, I think it's important to respect those feelings. And then when you do decide to move forward with growth, redevelop, I've always preferred in economic development, redevelopment, let's take care of the vacant buildings if there are any, or blighted buildings if there are any, would be a preference to moving out in sprawl. But there's room for both. So I think it's just about communicating to the community why there's room for both, how you arrived at those decisions, and what accommodations you've made. Because if you are going to have more growth, then you're going to need more infrastructure, and you're going to need to repair that infrastructure and have plans for that infrastructure. So it's not just, well, we want to add more businesses here or more housing here. It's how are we going to handle it as a city long term?
Amy?
All right. So kind of a maybe more basic question that ties together some of these more specific examples that you've just been asked, but I think it is important to take the 20,000-foot view. But as city manager, especially in a city like Traverse City, where we have very engaged people at every level and every group, you're kind of torn between the city commission as your bosses, your employees who are your experts, and the residents who are very passionate and care about our area. So how would you deal with this balance and this conflict, especially when there's some disagreements at two or all three of those levels?
So I have experienced this minutely. We made some changes to our reservation systems at our parks. It had become very favoritism, right of first refusal to keep your camping spot, and it had pushed a lot of local people out, and they weren't able to use our parks, and so we had to make some serious decisions there. And I had pushed back on how we were going to do it, how we were going to structure it. Ultimately, the city commission is the final say, and so as a city manager, I'm going to look to the city commission on those final decisions. And it's not easy, I will say, but the hardest jobs are worth doing, as I mentioned earlier. We did upset a lot of people by making those changes, but we also right-sized the ability for our residents to have access to our parks. And so I was able to stand by that decision. And that's the other thing, is if you're fair and you treat everybody the same and you make a decision, it might not be easy, but you can at least hold your head high and say, I made the decision with the best information I had in front of me. I try to protect staff because they are our subject matter experts, and so I do lean on our staff heavily. I don't try to pretend to be an expert in that field, so I do lean on staff and learn from them and grow from them. Everyone speaks their own language, and I need to know enough about that language to be not quite fluent, but at least conversational, and take their ideas to commission. And if it doesn't go through, I can always go back to that staff member and say, hey, we worked on it, we presented your idea, it wasn't the right time, and we'll look at it again.
In my mind, somewhat related to that, might not be related in your mind, and it's been touched on previous questions, but should you become our city manager, you have the opportunity to set a corporate culture for potentially the coming decades.
Yeah.
I've counted probably 5 senior staff members, direct reports, that you would have the opportunity to hire. And so can you speak a little bit about maybe either what sort of corporate culture you would look to create with those senior staff member hires, or any other aspect of your approach to finding the greatest people possible to fill those positions?
When I came into Missaukee County, maybe it was partly the pandemic, and maybe it was partly that I was only the second administrator. There was a very toxic culture among certain staff members that had just gotten absorbed into the walls. And it was palpable, you could feel it. And it was one of the first things I addressed. There were really good staff who were just beaten down and miserable, but they were incredible staff. And so what I did was I wanted to learn how did we get to this point? Like how did we get here? But we can't live here anymore. We need to turn a new page. So I understand the situations and the individuals and the things that happened. You've told me. What do I need to do so that we can move forward? And I would really want key department heads to have that same sort of mentality, which is a really positive mentality. We all have bad days, but that doesn't mean you can come to work and just spread it all around, because it also impacts our services to the community. If there's rumor mills and gossiping, which I think is so destructive to individuals, like their individual self-worth, but also to the culture, how can you serve the public? So I would really want to find department heads that have a track record in coaching, in mentoring their staff, in fostering positive work environments, and also nipping that stuff in the bud as quickly as possible, because it's so damaging, not only to the individuals that are involved, but to the overall institution.
Thank you.
You've served at a number of levels. Tell us about your experience in preparing and managing budgets. What do you think are the key things to successfully managing a budget in the public sector?
Yeah, so I just finished my third budget. I've only been with Missaukee County actually 2 years and 3 months. But because I started right at the end of the fiscal year, I had to jump in and do my first budget, so I just completed our third. Budgets tell a story, and so what I do is I like to look at previous budgets to read the story backwards. How were decisions made in the past that allowed us to arrive here, and how do we move forward? So in my first budget, this is very common for new administrators, the Sally approach, same as last year, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But I actually have all my department heads. I send them their department sheets. They send me back their budgets. I ask them, with these different expenditures, what do you need, for snow plowing? What are we expecting here? What are we expecting there? And so then it kind of congeals together, looking all the different revenue sources. An appropriation from fund balance isn't always the end of the world, because we're using our crystal ball on revenue. We're using our educated guess on revenue, but we're not always going to be right. And in the last year, there was way more revenue than most of us would have anticipated, with no Headley rollback and the 5% on properties. So this year, I got much more creative with the budget, because we actually started to feel pressure on some of our special funds, including our Sheriff's Special Forces Fund. It just renewed, but there was no interest in renewing it and then going for more millage. And so I was able to leverage our 911 dispatch fund to move all of dispatch out of the general fund, so that we could actually see how much dispatch was costing into that fund, which allowed me then to move a few sheriff's deputies into the general fund. But when I did that, I used BSNA's notes. You can go in and hit a note, and I said moved from Fund 207. So if at any point the general fund can't support those staffing levels in there, there would be a history that maybe they should be moved back. So I think budgeting can be actually really fun and creative, because it really sets the tone for the whole year. I mean, your budget is how you move forward, and without that document, it's a guiding document. You can't move forward on all the projects that you want to achieve.
So could you talk a little bit about what your philosophy is regarding community engagement and keeping residents in particular informed about critical issues? And if you have any examples, you can share with us.
Well, I think the city manager, anybody in local government, should absolutely be the fabric of the community and being engaged in local groups, and try to be out there as much as possible, and try to attend meetings of other local bodies when possible. It's not always possible, because usually by the end of the day you can be tired, but you should still, go to a township meeting once in a while and see what those issues are. And when you attend those meetings, usually it's a great time under public comment to say, hey, I'm here on behalf of the city of Traverse City. Just want to let you know what we're working on, And then you can sit through that meeting and see what's going on in the local townships because this is a region. Yes, it's the city of Traverse City, but people who come to this area, they don't see those borders. They see a really big area. And so it's really important to be abreast of what's happening in the local townships as well. And just be out and about. I can give you a really small example of just one-on-one interaction with a local resident. He came into my office really upset. Usually when people come to see you, they felt like they've tried every avenue and they're exacerbated. And he lives across the street from our recycling center, and we were trimming all the pine trees in front of the recycling center. And he said those pine trees were put up so that I wouldn't have to look at the recycling center. That was the deal we made years ago. This predates probably a lot of the staff even. And I said, sir, just let me look into it. So I went down to the recycling center. We were trimming the trees back. They were the gnarly, dead branches. And this was just a month ago, and I'm sitting there, and I'm standing, and I'm looking out at his house and the trees, and my director said, well, why don't we plant some more Christmas trees? Well, we're the Christmas tree capital, so that makes sense. And I said, wait a minute. A few years ago, Johan and I planted trees at our house, and they're $200 a tree, minimum of 10. We've got room in the budget for that, and they're hardening right now. Like, that's the right time to transplant them. And we'll put them on our side of the fence and not in the easement, which will make the road commission happy. And then when those trees naturally reach the end of their life, which we think that that's coming in the next few years, we can cut them down, but we have a solution in place. So it was a really great moment to have a one-on-one with a member of the community who was upset about something, who didn't think there was a solution, and we were able to provide that solution.
We have time for one more?
Mhm.
We have a climate warrior in this community who is in her 90s, and she has made it her mission to advocate for sound climate decisions for decades. She wrote to us last night and said, please ask what kind of priorities you would have as a local government official for climate resiliency and as we move forward.
Well, can I meet her?
Yes, she'll be at
Oh,
every
you-
meeting.
So,
You'll get to meet her.
good. So I actually, this is so interesting. So I recently joined a group called Environment Sustainability Rotary Action Group, and it's a global group fighting these issues. And in order to inspire other Rotarians to join the group, and also to get through a winter where they counted the sunshine in minutes this year, I believe, and not in hours, I actually threw on a potter's wheel 50 vases, and I donated them to the group, and anyone who joined this action group for 5 years just received one as a donation from me. I think that we always need to keep the environment right at the forefront of our minds at all time. The world is warming, and it's impacting especially our summers have been brutally hot, sometimes dry, much more extreme. With the rain, when it comes, it's a deluge. When it's dry for weeks. 2 winters ago, and I'm not sure how it impacted everyone here just a few miles north, but we had ice rain. I would go to bed every winter night for what seemed like 6 weeks to rain and wake up every morning to this much ice. I slipped and fell, knocked the wind out of me. Johan slipped and fell. It's dangerous. So I would really want to be keyed into groups and to things that every little thing that we do can create a bigger, better future. And I was talking to Jean about the Lower Boardman Ottaway group this morning and the commitment to cleaning the rivers. And so I'm excited about the opportunities to look into protecting our very precious environment here.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for your time. We're going to give you time to close out, but hopefully in your closing, I'm going to ask one final question of you.
Okay.
So, you know, we've got 5 candidates we're going to be talking with today.
Yes.
And sooner or later, we have to make a decision on one. Why should that one be you?
Why should that one be me? This place, and I'm speaking to the choir, is a very special place. And it's been a special place in my life for a very long time. I believe that the 7 years in Clinton Township, where I was working in a very densely populated community, dealing with difficult infrastructure problems, zoning, rezoning, redevelopment, where you have very busy commercial corridors that abut very quiet communities. I have those skill sets. And then I have my Northern Michigan lens of 2 years, over 2.5 years, like living here, breathing it, and understanding those tourism and infrastructure problems there. I believe that those 2 experiences dovetail quite nicely. And I also think that my skills in strategic planning and consensus building are something that I could bring to the table and bring to the community. And hopefully, with these divisions, what I've come to find is that people who are on opposite sides of an issue, when they have an opportunity in a safe place to share their feelings, they have more in common than they know. And I believe that that's something that I would bring to the table as the next city manager.
Anything else you would like to add?
No, I just, I prepared just a little, like, one sheet on just some of my experiences that have prepared me for this opportunity, and I was just wondering if I could hand those out.
You may,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next interview will take place at 11:30.
Thanks so much, Liz.
Back in the,
Thank you very much.
in our room back behind
Thank you.
here, there's coffee, drinks, snacks,
Thank
if you'd like to have one, our little conference room. So let's be back in here. Thank you very much. No, thank you.
Figure out how to organize myself.
I don't like this
Okay.
one.
Take advantage of, like, I put the ones I'm not using yet back here, so I don't, wait, where's my next blank sheet?
No, I actually don't
Get
think
it
I
all
even
mixed
need
in.
my iPad so far.
But you need another
Yeah.
pad of paper? You're going to use it all your pad up today?
No, I've got a, I'll be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm only on the 4th page.
Okay.
I know, I
Stapler.
did.
How about a stapler?
Yeah, actually, a stapler would be great that we could then
I will bring you a stapler in here, so don't get
adhere each of
excited.
these
What time is
forms
that
to
at?
these forms.
11:30. Perfect.
Let me put that here. Opposite. Get it?
Okay. Are we ready to get started? Are you ready to get started?
I better be, right?
Yeah,
I
you
am,
don't have a
yes.
whole lot of options right this moment. Well, you
Right.
do have options, but, you know, I hope you won't exercise them. That one, anyway, so.
Which is to leave, is that what you mean?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I didn't think you would.
No.
So. Okay. All right. Benjamin, first of all, thank you for putting your name out there and consideration to fill the role of city manager. I think we all know that this isn't something that you decided last week
No.
or a few weeks ago, but your career has led you to someday to wherever this is going to be, whether it's now or in the future, something will happen. So
Right.
with that, we'll start, and to let you, most of us know you anyway, but go ahead and give us your introduction, background, intro.
Sure. All right. Well, I'll share a little bit more just because I don't want to take anything for granted. And also, while there's not really anybody here in the audience from the public, I hope that people are listening. But I have essentially served my entire career in public service, and I never thought that this is where I would end up. That's not where I imagined myself as a teenager who always knew he wanted to go to college and serve in a leadership capacity. But it is an absolute calling, and I've loved it. I love helping people, and I love looking for opportunities to optimize, to level up, and to better serve people. But to walk through my background a little bit, I've served as city clerk for Traverse City, coming up on 12 years, actually. 12 years ago, yesterday, the city commission approved my appointment as city clerk, and here I am today. And in the capacity of city clerk, I essentially, I serve in a key leadership capacity with a variety of responsibilities that span areas that include licensing, elections, policy development in a lot of ways, governance. I have financial oversight of all city and Traverse City light and power disbursements, which is $150 million a year, communications, and other areas. And prior to that, I served as deputy city clerk, and I also served as executive director for the Traverse City and Garfield Township Recreational Authority, which is something that I look back on very fondly. I helped the Recreational Authority during their formative stages to develop policy and a framework for what you see, the magic that's happening at the historic Barnes Park now, helping to take what was a modest millage to acquire 3 properties and turn that particular one into a place of magic. And it's been really fantastic to see. It's a different model and approach to public recreation and use of public lands, bringing nonprofits together and also private fundraising. But education-wise, I have a master's in business administration with a concentration in finance and leadership. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Organizational Development and Management. And when I say organizational development, think how an organization is structured and how to look at a particular unit or organization and how to optimize the strengths that are on the team and the needs and resources in order to best deliver. I recently completed and am very humbled to have completed the public leadership program at Harvard's Kennedy School with a focus on strategic leadership and management, where honestly, the people that I got to learn from for quite some time in the areas of strategic leadership and negotiations is frankly very humbling. And I don't say this to be braggadocious or boastful, but I was learning from heads of state, people that help negotiate who gets into the European Union, folks who have served as strategic communications leads and senior speechwriters for presidents, all the way down the chain from local up to national and international work. And it's all scalable. And I guess I say all of that to just sort of underscore that education and the other opportunities that I have pursued and been invited to be at the table for such as serving as an advisor for the Pew Charitable Trust's Election Trust Initiative to develop a national framework for post-election audits, to serving as a communications coach for third and fourth year medical students at Michigan State University's College of Medicine, and other things I just shared to demonstrate that I have worked to step out of these four walls. So while I've served the city for some time, I can't stand being stale. I crave new knowledge and relationships and different ways of thinking. And so that's a little bit about me. I don't know what kind of time constraint we're under. I'd be happy to talk about my interest in the position and why I'm interested, if that's the next thing I should sort of roll into, or I can wait to do that as part of my closing comments, if that's
That'd be
better.
fine. Well, we're going to go through here. We've got a lot of questions here.
Good, good.
Some of them you already probably have heard, so we'll take it from there.
I don't
With
think I
that-
have.
With that, Ms. Shamrow, I'll let you go first.
Sure. Well, we had the option to ask many different questions, but I'm sticking with this one. So, we're all human. So, can you talk about a time that you made a mistake professionally and how you addressed it with your staff, supervisors, or like the city commission, and/or the public, or all three?
Sure. Well, there's a number of them. And one that comes to mind is several years ago, I made a mistake on not releasing some information to the Record Eagle. They had submitted a FOIA request for some information, and I had denied that FOIA request based on my understanding as to the fact that that particular information, because it was held by a consultant, shouldn't be disclosed. And I got a call from the Record Eagle editor, as you'd expect, and the head of the Michigan Press Association and their chief legal counsel. And they were really walking me through like maybe why I wasn't taking the right path. And I've always believed in openness, but there's times where you do have to withhold some information for actually the public interest, even though sometimes it doesn't seem like it is. And I issued an apology. I wrote an apology to the Record Eagle and to the community, saying that I erred on the wrong side. I made a mistake. The Record Eagle, the media, has a responsibility to report news and information and keep government open, and so it can be understood by the public what's going on and why. And I said, I'm sorry. And it was top of the fold, front page, Mayor and Ted, I made a mistake was the headline, and I think people probably thought it was a whole lot of other things than that. But that's the first thing that comes to mind. I've certainly had some other misfires, and I work to always grow and get feedback and be real. It actually feels like a relief when you say, I'm sorry, and I wasn't right.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
So should you become the city manager, how would you facilitate and encourage this body and future bodies to make informed decisions? So, and part of that baked in is, what is an informed decision to you?
Sure. So I'll attack the what is an informed decision to me first. It's one that has considered, hopefully, all angles. What are the costs in terms of what are the opportunity costs? What are the financial costs? What are maybe the trade-offs? It's having information that's digestible and clear and is all the way up and down the literacy chain. And by that, I don't mean literally reading necessarily, but that the language is hopefully universal and could be understood by not only the city commission, who studies things much more closely generally than the average public, but also everyone out there, so that they understand what's going on and that it's clear. How would I go about making sure that I think that was the first part of your question, that the commission's making informed decisions, is to provide not only that information, but to understand and to have real conversations understanding what types of information commissioners need, if there's a gap that needs to be filled in that maybe I'm not seeing, like how do you like things explained to you? What's the best way for you to distill information so that I understand that? And I would want to have those candid conversations both with commissioners individually and collectively, and I would want to make sure also that you're not buried in information. I think that it's better to provide high-level information that keeps the commission focused at the governance level than to dig so far into the weeds. Now, if there are some very specific questions that commissioners have, you're entitled to ask those questions. But I am someone that believes very strongly in short, digestible bits of information so that you're not distracted with stuff that you don't need to be thinking about. It also helps with engagement of board members and also of the community and the folks that are interested in paying attention. So visuals and clear language and not too much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Give us an example where your staff did not meet your level of expectation in regards to the work product or timeliness of response to another party. What steps did you take to ensure that the situation did not happen in the future?
Sure. I won't get overly specific because we work in a public business, but I have, one example is when a teammate had a very clear, it was articulated when something needed to be done, and we, and our team currently, and I'm not talking about a current team member, but we have daily huddles, and I'm not suggesting that as city manager I do daily huddles with the department heads because that just wouldn't be possible, but with the city clerk's office we do daily huddles to try to make sure that we're on the same page and that there's that constant communication. And this particular individual completely missed the mark. It was way too late to get the particular task done, and they hadn't shared anything about the fact that they weren't on target. And so I asked them, why didn't you share? And this particular person had a fair degree of anxiety, and they just generally, they had anxiety, and they have a hard time, they said, saying, oh, I'm behind and I'm going to disappoint you. And so we talked about how we could stay on the same page better, how we can remove some of those barriers and make sure that there's that level of comfort and communication so that we don't miss the ball again. And I said, you know what, I always want you to say, and I say this to anyone, please tell me before it's too late. Like, that's what's important. Say, I need some help. I don't think I can hit this mark. And then let's find a way to get there. It's way more disappointing to just have someone totally let the ship sink when you could have bailed out the water a long time ago.
So hypothetically, we have some very engaged people on this commission, and even though we'll have some new people, I'm sure they will also be dynamic and thoughtful. And so imagine a city commissioner comes to you as city manager with a really fantastic idea, and you see the value of it, you think the project is a good idea, but you don't believe it's within the current plan, strategic plan, capital improvement plan. How would you handle that situation?
Well, first, I love that there's a great idea, and I always work to encourage people coming forward with those and creating that environment. And if it was really fantastic but didn't fit within strategic priority areas, the framework we're operating within, whether it be financial or otherwise, I would let them know that, first, thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is great. There's a lot of fruit here. And I would let them know that I wanted to take it back to the team first to see, like, is there a way to do this, to move this needle? Is there another place that could get this great idea done? Maybe it isn't housed within the city. Maybe it's something that could be championed and done elsewhere if we don't have the resources. But I'd look to examine, okay, what's the viability of this? And I'd circle back with that commissioner and I'd let them know the analysis that's been done, and I wouldn't want them to walk away feeling ever like, oh, it just doesn't fit within this box and therefore we can't do it.
Well, hi.
Hi.
You certainly know what the challenges are that we have in Traverse City, and I'm wondering if you could choose one and tell us about a few strategic ideas you have to approach that challenge.
Sure. There are a number of them, and I find it exciting to be in a role to help with those. The first one that comes to mind is financial. And I'm not suggesting that we're in a spot where things are really in dire straits with the city at all. But I think that I'm going to address this in sort of two ways. I believe strongly that we need to have long-term financial forecasting. Other municipalities do it. I've felt that way for a while, and I don't mean that as any disrespect to anybody that works on the budget. I haven't been in the position to say this has to be done. But I believe that we should have long-range financial forecasting so we understand where we're going financially. And I think tied with that, this community absolutely needs a strategic plan, and that's one of the things that I am most excited about is an actionable strategic plan. I don't believe the city of Traverse City has ever had an actual strategic plan. And I see that as exciting because I like good form to things. I like things to be informed. And so we can take into account what the city's financial resources are and truly make decisions that are guided by that strategic plan with a financial context that we don't fully have right now. And there's different wonderful initiatives that we get engaged with, but I would really like to have us zoom out and understand truly where our financial picture is, where it looks like it's going, and then if there are trade-offs that need to be made, whether it be asking the public for more resources or changing the way we do things or refocusing, that we can do that. That strategic plan I have a lot of thoughts on, and if there aren't questions about that as part of this, I might save that for some of my closing comments, but it needs to be an alive, constantly updated strategic plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Talk about your strategic plan now. I thought
Good.
we had one.
Oh, we have goals and objectives, but and I mean this as no disrespect, but we do not
None
have
taken.
I'm sorry?
None taken.
No, good. So my idea for a strategic plan, and this is, when I say my idea, it's because I haven't yet vetted it with the team internally because I didn't think it's appropriate to do that yet, but we'd put lots of heads together. But at the end of the day, we need to hire an expert that has a proven track record in developing actionable strategic plans for cities. It's going to cost money, but it should be a 10, 15, 20-year strategic plan where there are a host of voices at the table who are contributing to what that strategic plan looks like. And then it needs, like I said, it needs to be actionable. We need to have a dashboard that reports regularly to the community on that. Bloomington, Minnesota, I believe, has an excellent one. And we need to routinely update and have a process baked in with guidance from experts in this area for that to be routinely updated and again reported on so that there's trust and understanding on where we're headed and that there's alignment. And by alignment, I don't necessarily mean agreement because not everyone is going to agree, but there's an understanding where we're focusing and why. And there's transparency with regular reporting and a dashboard. And that's it sort of in a nutshell. I'd be happy to elaborate further.
Well, you just got time.
Okay. So I think that with respect to strategic planning, that there is a tendency when a long-term strategic plan's been developed and there's a lot of thought and energy that goes into it, after a while, people may be like, well, I don't like that strategic plan. And you could get a city commission that says in 3-4 years, well, that was all good and fine, but that's not where we think we should be heading. And I just want to acknowledge that as a reality. And so that's why I think it's even more important to have regular refreshes of that strategic plan. That I'm not talking about getting people exhausted with constantly having to come out and give feedback, but something that's informed by leaders in this area as a viable way to keep a strategic plan alive, so that hopefully as commissions change, it's been kept fresh enough and real enough that it's kind of hard to argue with. And that's it unpacked a little bit more. And that is one of the things that I find the most exciting about this opportunity right now, is to bring people together, get them on a page where we can move forward and we can have a North Star that guides our efforts and our energy and our resources, and show that we're moving in an intentional, thoughtful direction.
Thank you.
All right. Love the big idea thinking, but I'll be the downer for the practical question
Okay,
again.
no, it's good to be practical.
So a big thing that we're facing in Traverse City that I know you're well aware of is that we have a lot of retirements coming down the pike, and that we need to maybe start some succession planning. So
Yes.
what is your experience with succession planning, or what ideas do you have for it? And also, what ideas do you have for recruiting and developing and retaining talent?
Yes, so development of talent is very important to me. I love the idea of helping people grow their skill set, their resilience, their capacity to contribute and think. And I think that whenever we can, it's really great to promote from within. That's, of course, sort of self-serving in this case, but I do think that it says a lot when you can promote from within and show people that, hey, if you demonstrate that you're willing to think differently, that you're willing to challenge ideas, you're willing to poke holes in things and raise your hand and say, oh, this is how we should look at it this way and think like it's our first day on the job. I like that, and I think where we can drive that vibe by promoting from within, it's a very good thing. And I think we need to have staff mentors. We need to go through a systematic review of our organization and understand where people are in their journey and where do they want to go. And let's have a focused effort on building from there. And so, I've had someone recently that has said that they want to grow in a particular area, and we discussed different approaches to that, and I made some suggestions, but made it really clear what one's best for you, what are your real goals with this, and we came to an idea together. As far as recruitment, I think that we need to look very much at the benefits that we provide, and understand if we've got the right benefit mix to attract people in 2023. And we need to understand what it is that the marketplace requires in order to attract people, and that includes things like flexibility in terms of approach to work. There are some positions that this might for some people, but I believe could be fully remote. And that's not to say that I don't want city employees to live in the community, the region, but we need to look at those types of things, hybrid work arrangements, and with respect to recruitment, we need to market ourselves. We need to speak to what the opportunities are if you join this role, what we're looking for, and that needs to be all informed by input from people who depend on that position, whether they're depending on it as a supervisor or as a peer or otherwise. And we need to sometimes be aggressive and do direct recruitment. I'm not afraid to do that. Some people think that that's a taboo thing to try to go take somebody's employee. I think, you know what, people make their own decisions. And if they want to come somewhere else, they should. And so I think you wanted me to talk about recruitment. I think that using tools like LinkedIn, Indeed, which we've been using, but we need to grow that capacity. And we need to think about where are some creative places we can go to find people, and to really encourage folks to get involved in that process and to try to help crowdsource it. But at the end of the day, I think, it's a very competitive workplace, and we've got to think differently about how we approach work.
And just because I did ask a multi-layer, going back to the succession planning part too
Oh.
at the start of it.
Yes.
So thoughts on that, as we know we're facing an onslaught of retirements and things.
Yeah, so with respect to succession planning, we know that roughly a third of the city's workforce is eligible for retirement in the next 5 years. Other people are more mobile. We don't necessarily have the longevity of employees that we used to because people move around, so that's part of the mix. But as succession planning goes, that goes back to sort of, and I probably didn't tie it together very well, so let me do a better job, but that goes back to understanding where people are within the organization on their journey so that we can help grow that bench. It's encouraging and where we can incentivizing people to let us know when, if your retirement is on the horizon or you're thinking of moving on, we need to start thinking about where we need to look as an organization. Is this a time to retool some things and rethink how we've got things structured in a certain way so that we can be more efficient, maybe more conducive to what people are looking for today? And we need to get ahead of the curve. I don't want to see us in a spot where we know someone's retiring and they've been open about it, or they're planning on moving on, and we have the benefit of knowing that ahead of time. Let's start thinking about it now so that hopefully we can even have people shadow each other. There is also a lot to be said for making sure that we've got tools in place set up for when people do step in, that there's procedures documented, that as much as you can document that institutional knowledge, even though that's not to stifle new thinking, but just to have the benefit of context. So I hope I answered your
Absolutely.
question.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, I've got a rosy disposition and generally optimistic.
You're wearing yellow today.
So my question, it's kind of related to that, but it is, to me, I think more from the opportunity side, and that is, if you are to become the Traverse City Manager, I think there's probably six new direct reports. So it's an opportunity, generational change, if you will, like for the coming decades, to create a corporate culture, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
So can you speak a little bit about what sort of corporate culture you would be striving to create? Like, what would you like to see, knowing that it takes time? It's not just, you hire these people, you're done, but
Right.
what's that look like?
I genuinely love that question because it's something that I care a lot about. And it is an opportunity. As people go, there's going to be a lot of leadership transition at the city, at the staff level. And the type of organization that I want is one that is rooted in feedback, where everyone knows that ideas, in new ways of thinking, and challenging authority, and by that I mean it in every sense, is welcome. I want people to know that we are all here together serving in the public interest, and our mission is not to, stay in your lane. I don't like that phrase at all. I think that we're all on this interconnected network of whatever, and we're here to help serve our residents, and I want a culture of innovation, and I want people to know that regardless of rank, ideas matter. And people have, sometimes it's someone that you might least expect has an incredible idea, and I want them to feel comfortable raising their hand. And I want us to celebrate those types of things, and I'll look for that in leadership staff, that they help drive that culture of continuous optimization. Anybody that does anything for a while, it's hard to just always stay fresh, but I like thinking occasionally and encouraging people to think like it's their first day on the job. And I want that to be part of our culture.
Thank you.
The city manager, or a city manager, can be, when it comes to identifying priorities or deciding the right approach to address issues, can feel sometimes torn in several directions between staff that have the expertise and may actually be doing the work, the residents of the community, business owners, and people that may not live in the community but still are stakeholders, and the elected city commission itself. So how would you strive to balance those as both sources of input, but also in your own decision-making process?
Well, I enjoy distilling information. I like real conversations with people and connecting with people on a genuine, like, human level. I like showing the humanity of city government, and so I would listen and work. I work to cultivate and would continuously work on this within myself, to listen with a capacity to be changed, so that I'm not so rooted in, oh, this is the way to do it, but taking into account all of the perspectives, but recognizing, you know, there are limited resources. We can't do everything. And if there's something that can't be done, maybe sometimes it's, well, here's a path to get there. Like, maybe here's resources that could be identified. But I ultimately this is where I would look to that strategic plan. Not that it's this black and white box, but that's why I want a community vision that guides our resources and the way we're utilizing our energy, and I mean that in every sense of the word. But at the end of the day, I see the city manager as a translator. That's not their only role, but it's to translate for all those different audiences. And, you know, I've enjoyed teaching things and concepts to kindergartners all the way up to students at the Kennedy School in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And I just enjoy changing language and understanding where people are coming from, but working to use language and translating, okay, this is what's coming from this layer, and this is the important information that needs to be conveyed, and this is the action that we need to move forward with.
So could you describe a major project that you've been involved with directly, and what project management principles or processes or tools that you brought to bear on that?
Yeah. A major project I've been involved with recently, I would go back to when I was in San Antonio, Texas for a while earlier this year, working on the Pew Charitable Trust's Election Trust Initiative. And there, we used some really incredible brainstorming techniques where there was independent brainstorming. This was, again, working to develop a national election audit framework. And we brainstormed independently, then collectively, then assigned devil's advocates, talked about where is the oversight, where is the capacity that's needed in order to get this there. And then individual reports were prepared, like based on everyone's understanding, and then a collective report. And I liked that process because it took, from a project management standpoint, zooming out at the national level, to stay general enough that it fits within all the nuances of how each state has some different rules. And we talked about all of the different elements of an election from beginning to end, from granular to very high level, and what's the way to structure an audit that will cement trust, and who's responsible for it, and what are the timelines. And so that's like a key part of project management is understanding, having clarity around who's doing what the expected deliverable is, and sometimes deliverable is just a process. It's not saying, oh, we actually are going to end up with this thing. And targeted timelines and check-in points, and you layer that as much as you need to, depending on the audience that you're working with in terms of alignment around that project. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Yes.
I'm going to drill down as well on something specific. I'm worried that there is a growing rift between people who live in the community and those who come seasonally or visit. And people in the community often feel like their needs are overlooked and somehow not treated with the same respect as those of the people who come in. We only receive 20% of the tourism dollar, and yet we're expected to supply the infrastructure for all the people that come to this whole area. Can you think of ways to approach that problem that I think is becoming more and more prominent here?
Yes, it's true. Traverse City is the hub of this region. We're a tourist destination. We know all the things that we have needs for infrastructure that are way outsized for a community with our population. You know, some ideas that I have, and I haven't vetted them with the city attorney, but I would want to explore revenue options to help capture some revenue from tourism, whether it be in the form of some sort of a hotel tax, something with the Airbnbs. And I recognize I'm saying this, and this could upset a number of people, but it comes with the job. You asked me for an idea, and I think that it's true that there's so many people coming here, and we have to provide police, fire, water, wastewater, and all the other things. I mean, every department is impacted greatly, and there needs to be some revenue to come along with that, and I'd like to creatively explore some of those, even if there's an appetite from the city commission. And you know, we would analyze the legal landscape. We would look at what the financials would look like, what the trade-offs are, the sort of a SWOT analysis, and present that to the commission. But I think that that's a real issue.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Good. Benjamin, we're getting down to about having 9 minutes left.
Okay.
And I get to ask my second question, then I'm going to then I'll ask you the closing question.
Okay.
One is that hypothetical, you've been here for about 6 months. Well, you've been here longer than that. But you've been city manager for 6 months, if you're
Yes.
so appointed. And you notice that whenever you suggest a possible change or an idea or something like that, the employee seems to be very resistant. So, and he doesn't openly say he doesn't want to change, or she doesn't want to change, but they just don't want to change, and they keep going back to previous supervisors or whatever, and just bucking the system.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to handle that?
Sure. Well, I would have a conversation with a person. Like, I want, like I said, a culture of feedback, and I would just say, and I would, to the extent that I mean, there's some times where you just say, all right, we've discussed this, and now I've made a decision, and you've got to get on board. There's times where it gets to that. But I would work to understand why. I would actually come out and say, and anybody who knows me knows that, well, I like to think I'm pleasant. I don't avoid difficult conversations. It's insincere, and I can't stand insincerity. And so I would work to understand why. I'd say, get the sense that you're resisting. Why? Do you see, give me your perspective, and let me understand where you're coming from, and I'd hear it out. And at the end of the day, we'd have a conversation, and I'd say, well, if I just didn't feel the way that they did, I'd say, I heard you. I'd demonstrate what I heard from them, and I'd say, I'm sorry that this is not the direction that you want to go in, but it is the direction that we're going in, and that's that, and I expect you to get on board, and if not, then it's going to be a much less pleasant conversation.
Benjamin, as you know, we're interviewing 5 folks today.
Mm-hmm.
And sooner or later, this body's going to have to make it. Oh, first of all, Mark Wilson was ill today. He apologizes for not being here, but he is watching, and know, he will send his comments.
Not
So-
good that he's ill, but I'm glad that he's watching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good that he's ill, but he is watching.
Yep.
Anyway, sooner or later, this body will have to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Why should that decision be that we select you?
Well, I I don't know all the candidates, but I can talk about what I bring to the table that might be unique. And one of them is I've served in this organization and in this community and in a very public role with a lot of scrutiny. And I've been able to maintain respect from all areas of the community because I'm sincere and I communicate and I'm responsive. And I can tell you too that I am very also familiar because of that at how intense things can get in this community. There's a tremendous amount of scrutiny for a city our size. I mean, a lot. We have a lot of very engaged residents. I like that. I think that other communities would be boring for me, or ones that they weren't engaged and didn't have a lot of like care about this is why I'm passionate. And so you can know, I think that you do, that I'm a stable person in the sense of I will listen with openness and sincerity and with respect. And then I will, because I believe in sincerity, when the conversation merits it, because sometimes you're just listening, but I'll say where I stand. And then at least people know you've communicated and it's not a guessing game. I think that this commission, and I hope the community knows that I've worked to contribute well beyond my official capacity, not just in this community, but in other places. And you can expect me to be an innovative person who also takes into account the context of the community. And you can expect me to champion the development of the excellent city staff that we have, because I've done it and I've been a beneficiary of it myself. And so I'll say that, and that you know my reputation, and I'll leave it with that.
We have a few minutes left here. Is anybody else I'd like to ask one more question? And or Benjamin, do you have any other closing thoughts that you would like to give?
Well,
That
ask for
you did.
questions first. I do have closing thoughts, but I'd
Well,
like to
why
leave room
s-
for questions if you've got them.
So
Well,
Mayor, we're actually at the end of the time, so no more.
No, we're
time for
not.
question. Yeah, 12:10.
Not even a closing thought?
No, no,
Closing thought,
Yeah.
but no more question.
12:10, I think.
Okay, never mind.
But he
It's
should
20
make a closing
I was
statement.
giving you a whole 45 minutes, but you don't get that. You get 40 minutes. Okay. Okay, give us your closing thoughts.
I sort of did, in terms of why I think you would be well served, not only served by me. There certainly are other people, but my history, I want to say too that I would pour my heart and mind and everything about myself into this role. And I mean it when I don't want this to sound whatever, but I have had some pretty incredible opportunities professionally, and I've turned them down because I've been interested in serving this community in this capacity. And I'm not perfect, but I would bring my best self to it. And I'm rather good at self-care and keeping perspective. And you can expect someone that's steady, but also looking for opportunities. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to interview in front of you, for the interest that you showed by extending me the invitation. And I genuinely wish you the best in making this decision. It's a really important one, and I just wish you sincerely very well with it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
Benjamin.
with that, as we said earlier, lunch is provided back here in the room if you want to eat. And yes, Ben, you get to join us if you would like, because we don't want you to be hungry and be grumbling while you're trying to take notes. So there you go. Thank you. All right. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Ben.
We are due back in this room for our next interview at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
That is funny, because Elizabeth Vogel has till 1:15 in the staff room, but Benjamin only has till 10 after here.
I know they were set up.
meeting, and then
I can't
This
see him, I
meeting,
can't
but
see him
it's-
through the glass. Is he
He's
ready?
ready. I'll
He's
bring
ready?
him Monday.
Okay.
Are these fairly sensitive?
Yeah.
I need
You
to
can be
be-
close, but you don't have to
need
be right on
kinda
it.
close, but, speak up.
They're much more sensitive than our last mics were.
Which is nice.
In fact, they even work. All right, listen. Okay, we are back in session. Thank you very much. And our next candidate, Mr. Christian, how do you pronounce your last name? I'm good at butchering names, so go ahead.
I should make you try it then.
Worth?
Worth, yep.
You got it right the
Alright.
first time. Hey, take note, first time, got it. Okay. Anyway, first of all, thank you for your interest and wanting to come up and be a candidate for for the position of city manager. I hope you've enjoyed your stay so far and gotten to see a few things or will be seeing a few things, but we truly appreciate your interest and your records. So you sent up a good resume.
I
Thank you. very-
appreciate the opportunity.
Okay,
This has
you're welcome.
it's been fun so far, and I expect the rest of the afternoon will be fun as
Oh,
well.
we'll do our best to do that. So, anyway, with that, we'd like to start with an opening. Say, why don't you give us a brief overview of you? Why do you even want to be here? So go
You
ahead.
want an overview, or do you want kind of both?
You just,
Okay.
it's yours.
Yeah, so Christian Worth, I'm the current village manager for the village of Milford in Oakland County, downstate. Prior to that, I've been there for 9.5 years. Prior to that, I spent almost a decade with the city of Birmingham, working in a number of roles. I started on an internship. I was supposed to be there for the summer. It took me almost 10 years to get it right and move on to something bigger and better, but worked my way up there, ultimately ending as the assistant to the city manager in that community. It was split pretty evenly between the manager's office and human resources. On the manager's office side of things, a lot of my role was making sure things didn't fall through the cracks. So it was a lot of, making sure the departments had the support they needed, that they felt comfortable coming. If they needed help from somebody in the manager's office or coordinating between other departments, I was kind of that person. On the HR side, if anybody's done HR things, we were self-insured. And so I was actually listed as part of the appeal process for employees. So if they had problems with insurance claims, they were knocking on my door. And so I got to learn a lot of the staff and meet a lot of the staff that way. About 10 years ago, almost to the day, I applied for the village manager position in Milford. Milford is a special community for our family. It's the area where my wife grew up. She teaches at a middle school in town. We have a 2.5 square mile village, and this week when I sent my oldest off to high school 2 miles north of town, it was the first time in 5 years any of us left that 2.5 square miles for work or school. So it's a unique opportunity for us there. It's a community that I love, and the bar has been very high for me in terms of moving on. I've been there for 9.5 years. Mr. Mayor, as you know, having been in the profession, that's a long time in manager time. And there are not many communities that I feel could really meet that bar that Milford does for us right now. And so when this opportunity came up, my wife and I had a number of conversations. There's a number of projects that you have on the horizon. There's a number of things that you are dealing with that are either familiar to me because we've worked on those things in the past, or I've worked on those things in the past, or there are areas where I feel some of the skills that I've picked up over the years can be of assistance. And I think you've got a lot of great things going on in Traverse City, and the opportunity to be part of the team that works through some of those challenges and celebrates some of those successes is an exciting opportunity for me professionally.
Well, thank you. Well, we're going to go to kind of questions, and you just go ahead. Ms. Shamrow.
Sure. So the question I've been asking everybody is really a setup. Like, we're all human. We make mistakes. So talk about a time that you made a mistake professionally and how you addressed it with your staff, the supervisors, or your board, and or the public, that anybody who was affected by it.
Yeah, so I'll kind of go back to one that it was something we didn't catch for a while. So a few years back, I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, we went through a promotional process for our police department. And in the process, they had a long sort of standing calculation for how things got calculated following the interview and everything else. And there was a glitch in the math, and I didn't catch it at the time. And so when we went through a promotional process again now, about a year ago, about 5 years later, kind of going through and looking at, all right, this is the first time I've done this on my own, kind of calculating it. The chief and the command staff had done it previously, caught a math error. And it was a math error that would have actually probably made a difference at the time. And so having to go back and explain to staff, so I brought in the individual who it would have impacted 5 years prior, explained everything to him, explained everything to the union so that they understood where things were at, brought in the candidates that we were dealing with where the change in the math to the correct way would have made an impact. I don't want to say everybody was happy at the end of the day because it meant somebody got promoted and somebody didn't at that point in time. But I think for me, it was, we found this, we've identified it, let's talk to the folks that it impacted, and let's come up with an understanding for how we're going to move forward. And I think at least everybody appreciated that we were able to talk through everything and figure that out. But I wish I would have caught it 5 years ago, 6 years ago, but we didn't. And, so even after the fact, you go back and it's, look, here's how this impacted things. We want to get it right. This is what the right way is, and that's how we're going to do it going forward.
Great, thank you.
Timothy?
I guess I can't say good morning. Good afternoon. So how do you facilitate and encourage an elected body to make an informed decision? And you could start with, what is an informed decision in your mind?
Yeah. So I've done an explanation of what a city manager, village manager does with students, with community groups, and one of the simplest ways I describe it is that in a good relationship, the role of the manager can be boiled down in a lot of ways to making sure the elected officials have the information they need to feel comfortable with the decision they make. The second piece is making sure staff have the resources to be able to carry that out. And in terms of the informed decision, a lot of it is just learning. There's an informed decision for you may be different than some of your colleagues. And so part of that is over time figuring out where everybody's comfort level is. And it's not, I think sometimes we have a tendency in local government to feel like we need to make a decision now. This is an issue that's here, it's now. And I think sometimes there's value in hitting pause on something. I know you've hit pause on some things of late to kind of go back and look at it. Again, it's making sure you have the information to feel comfortable with the decision. There's a lot of times the right decision isn't necessarily the most popular decision. And so particularly in those cases, making sure that in this case 7 and in our case 7 elected officials feel comfortable. It may not be a popular decision at the end of the day, but at least you have the knowledge that you've got the information, you've got the different perspectives, and you can at least kind of, at the end of the day, say, we're comfortable with this. And that we have enough information and then be able to explain that to the public and to anybody that may be impacted by that decision.
Thank you.
Given that there are different levels of government, exemplified by the different candidates we have here, we've got people with backgrounds in cities, townships, villages, counties. What is your experience and relationships working with road commissions, our streets department, public works department, and other infrastructure bodies?
So we have infrastructure in-house. So we have a Department of Public Services that oversees our infrastructure improvements. Within that, we have our water system, our wastewater system, including our wastewater treatment plant. We consolidated that a few years ago under one department head. And then we don't actually send anything out of the village from a perspective of any of our water. We don't obtain it outside the village. We don't send our waste outside the village. So we contain all that ourselves. We do have a relationship, oddly enough, with the city of Dearborn. If anybody's familiar with Dearborn, they have a number of recreational facilities that are well outside of their community, one of which is in Milford, and it's Camp Dearborn. And so they're across the river, the Huron River, from our wastewater treatment plant. So when I first came into my position now, we had to negotiate an agreement with them for how that was going to operate. So, meeting with them and interacting with them. The village is surrounded by townships. We have, Wixom is fairly close by, but we don't share a border with them, but we're surrounded by townships. And so I have to interact. We share an office building with Milford Township. So I interact with them on a weekly basis in a variety of different things. We partner on things where it makes sense. I mentioned earlier, just kind of before we got started, we did a bond sale today. Part of that is going towards a park project that we're doing in the community right now through our DDA. And the township, through a partnership, is contributing $1.5 million to that project because the township residents also use that park. So maintaining those good relationships and having those, I think there's opportunities to create strong partnership when you agree on things, and it makes it easier to go back when you maybe disagree and try to figure things out on a way forward with that. Oakland County just recently adopted transit millage on a countywide basis. It was fairly controversial in our part of the county because our part of the county has typically not been serviced by any of those types of services. We previously were serviced by a nonprofit vendor that Milford Township and the village contracted with to provide that service. By negotiating with our neighboring communities and the county, we were able to have the county pick that up as of September 1st, expand services for our residents and reduce the fares. So it's, again, it's looking at that where it's an opportunity. It wasn't necessarily popular. The voters in our part of the county did not pass the millage. They did not vote for it, but it passed on a countywide basis. So not necessarily something the community as a whole supported, but we're trying to make it work as best we can to service the area.
So, as the new city manager, you would undoubtedly have some ideas about changes or new initiatives you might like to bring to Traverse City. Could you talk to us about a program or initiative that you've had a positive experience with, and how that program or initiative might potentially be beneficial to a community like ours?
So when I got to Milford, one of the things that was a very critical thing, and it was in the interview process, was made very clear to me. In 2012, the village passed a road millage after several failures, and so the state of the roads was it was just not good. General Motors has a proving ground facility nearby, and they actually use some of our roads to test in poor traction conditions. So it had gotten to the point where it was pretty rough, and we've still got some that we're playing catch up on. So roads was a big priority, and as we started kind of getting into that, one of the things we noticed was we were having some other issues with stormwater. Has been a big issue. I know we had a pretty good rain here yesterday. I imagine DPW was pretty nervous about that, so hopefully everything worked out. But you know, we had stormwater issues. We have aging infrastructure in terms of the sewer system, in terms of the water system itself. So we've really kind of developed a comprehensive approach to that. So we worked with our consulting engineers, and we've done the asset management approach of going in and looking at assessing everything and where it's at. And so we have a pretty good idea. We haven't looked at everything, but we've had a pretty good idea of what's out in the system. We still find surprises whenever we dig, but there's less and less of them every time we do that. And so we really approach, you know, I can look at the roads, and we don't really pave the roads now. Occasionally we'll do a project or two, but for the most part, the roads are really driven by the underground utilities. And so we're digging once, we're getting into the ground. The project we've got going right now is about a $2 million project. There was about $500,000 in water main restoration and upgrades there. A little bit of sewer work. There was an intersection that needed some work and some relocation. And then about $500,000 in stormwater. We used some of our ARPA funds for that to be able to address the stormwater impacts there. And we had some neighbors in that area that were getting flooding in their backyards and their houses, and we were able to address that with this project. So it's a road project, but there's everything else kind of in there. And so we've also adopted as part of that, and I've got really good staff that are on top of this, is that we found something in the process of this project where there was some issues with the water system where it was causing issues, and we knew we were going to have to fix it at a later date. So we went back, worked with the engineers, worked with the contractors, worked with the elected officials to get that added on to the project. So we've got that addressed, and so when we pick up the next project, we don't have to dig this intersection up again. We've addressed that issue, and we've set it up for a future project. So it's getting in and looking at that and doing it, fixing things the right way the first time. And it's taken a while for us to get to that, to just get the data to be able to do that. But it's something that I'm very proud of, and I think our staff takes a good deal of pride in as well. And I think the neighbors appreciate not having their neighborhood dug up multiple times back to back.
Thank you.
I am not recalling. Population of Milford, 6,500? Is that right?
Pretty spot on.
Oh, good. We are a town of 16,000, but 150,000 people have Traverse City as their address. And so being city manager here means answering to elected officials, to city staff, to constituents, the press. There's a lot of pressure on this position. And I'm wondering what's motivating you from going, to consider going from a small place that is a small place to a place that has pressures beyond probably what you are used to.
Have you been talking to my staff?
I have not. I have not.
That sounds like some of the questions they've been asking. It's great here.
Why are you leaving us?
I got into this work sort of accidentally. I was looking for an opportunity, and I signed on as an intern with the city of Birmingham and I fell in love with the work. And local government, you impact people's lives, and you have the ability to impact people's lives in a positive way every single day. Every single person that works for this organization, that works for the organization I'm at, we have that ability. And I think that as I've fallen in love with the work, I enjoy the challenge. I enjoy getting in and stretching myself and learning new skills and taking the skills that I've picked up along the way and using them in new ways. And so I love the work. I love Milford. I've said it kind of countless. When I've been talking with the Amy staff, I've said the same thing. The bar is really high. And there has not been an opportunity in 10 years that's even come close to clearing that. This is the first time I've interviewed in 10 years. And it's because I feel that this is an opportunity that has the potential to meet that bar and perhaps surpass it. And this is a great community. This is, like a lot of people from downstate, we've been coming here forever. My wife and I were married not too far from here. It's a special place to us. We wanted to share a place we loved with our family and friends. That's why we got married here. So we come back on a regular basis, and it's an area where, when I started talking with my wife about the opportunity for our family, it was a pretty quick conversation with things. And so it's a place that we love. It's work that is meaningful and that I feel from a professional standpoint is going to allow me to grow as a professional. And I feel like there's things that I have to offer from a skill set standpoint that can help the city function better. And I've heard a lot of good things about the team here. I've been watching the meetings. It's been interesting, and I think, there's some big challenges for sure. But I think there's also a lot of opportunity with that. And it's exciting to me to be able to potentially be a part of that process.
Thank you.
He's been watching the meetings. He finds them interesting.
And
Which
very
meetings has
long
been
these
watching?
days.
Your meetings are the same, your regular meetings are the same days as ours. So, like on Monday, I got home from our meeting and I, turned on the computer and I started watching.
Count on us still
So I
being
just,
going.
I just picked right up, so.
Interesting. Huh. I was hoping you would say they're knowledgeable or something. Anyway. Okay, hypothetical. You've been hired as the city manager, and you've been here for about 6 months, and you've noticed that no matter, you've suggested a number of possible changes to your direct reports, and one of those direct reports doesn't seem to be accepting of that. In fact, it's a little bit resistant, going back to previous supervisors or whatever, talking about it and just grumbling. And he doesn't always talk positively about what's happening. So is he, she. So how are you going to deal with that?
I think for me, one of the things that's really important, especially with direct reports, is building trust. And from day one, a lot of the effort needs to be focused on building that trust, so that when you get to a point in time where that's an issue, you can sit down and work with that person and is it that they don't have enough information about how things are going to play out? Anytime you're changing somebody's job and their responsibilities, they get nervous and they start worrying and, are you phasing me out, or are you trying to figure out a way to just, avoid me altogether? And so I think a lot of times that I've found is when you talk things out and when you start to answer questions and you make yourself accessible. And I think really for me, in a process like that, that's not going to be the first point in time we're having a conversation to start. I mean, we had a wastewater treatment plant that was a standalone operation. We incorporated that into our Department of Public Services. It took longer than I think some of us would have liked, and we had some personality conflicts there. But at the end of the day, the explanation was, look, this makes the most sense for us. We're having a hard time finding enough staff to operate everything. This allows us to cross-train people, get people kind of down here. You got a bigger project at wastewater, we can take staff from public services, stick them down there, vice versa. If we've got things going out in the field, we can pull staff from wastewater and they can help with some things if they have that knowledge. And so it was really just explaining that, at the end of the day, this is how it's going to be, and we can work through this and make it where everybody's as comfortable as possible. We weren't after anybody's job. There were no layoffs. It was just really looking at it, and this is a better way to operate. It's more efficient. It allows us to kind of move people around where we can staff things at a proper level and ensure that the continuity of operations when we need to. We didn't know it at the time. A few years later, when we had COVID come around, that saved us. because we had people who were familiar enough there where we could staff things in a way that, you know, we had operations kind of on a continuous basis and we didn't miss a beat, so. But to me, it's involving that person in the process early, getting their thoughts early. You've got that trust already established, or at least you're well on your way to having that established, and you can kind of talk through any concerns that exist at the time. It's not going to solve everything every single time. I mean, you know that. But, you know, at the end of the day, again, much like the decision-making and information, at least they feel like they've been heard. They feel like their opinions and their thoughts have been incorporated into the final recommendation or the final implementation, and they at least understand it.
Okay, so my next question is, we have a lot of retirements coming up in this area, in Traverse City. And so I'm curious what your experience is with succession planning, or what kind of planning you would establish. And also related to that, how you would recruit, develop, or retain talent within the staff you already have, and how you would look at bringing people in.
For those of you in business, this is not going to be a shock. I think this is going to be probably one of the biggest issues, if not the biggest issue in local government over the next decade. There just aren't enough people. Talk to your police chief, talk to your fire chief. They can't find people. They just aren't there. And I think we looked at it a couple years ago, and I think at the time there were individuals that were licensed as eligible to be licensed as law enforcement officers in the state of Michigan, and the available positions in law enforcement. MCOL's had something on this. And there was a gap that was several hundred deep, just in terms of, so if everybody that was eligible to get a law enforcement license, that's with no psychological evaluation, and do we want them as a law enforcement personnel? If we hired every single person, there was still a gap of, I think, 300 or 400 statewide. There's just not enough people. And so you have to grow talent there. And one of the ways we did that is we had at one point in time worked with the county to outsource our dispatch operations to the county, and that was in part to free up resources for patrol and other things in our police department. And we had some pretty major capital costs coming down the pipeline. So we staffed up the department on a 24-hour basis with kind of a part-time, what we call cadets or police service aides. And so we've used that as a track, and we put in place a program where we'll actually sponsor people through the academy. I think most police departments are doing this now. 10, 15 years ago, it was unheard of. It would be a rare, you know, a couple bigger departments that would run their own academies, like Detroit, but everybody else, it was, you go to, just like everybody else, you go to school, and when you're done, we'll hire you. We have had in our police department in the last 18 months, we have a department of 20 sworn personnel plus the chief. 6 of those officers are new within the last 18 months. We've been able to do that by staying aggressive on pay and benefits, but we've also created I've had a chief in place now for a year, and a little over a year now. He was an internal promotion. He has really focused on the culture in the department, and so of those 6, 1 went through the academy that we sponsored. 1 was a retired police lieutenant from a closer jurisdiction to ours who just kind of missed being on the force. And the other 4 we hired from other departments, and they came in some cases taking less pay because of the culture in our police department, because of the opportunities for advancement that are on the horizon with some of the retirements we have, and because we're a community that really respects the police department and the work that they do. And that's not because, you know, it's because there's a lot of hard work our police department does to maintain a positive relationship with the community. When our officers are new, they go into every single business on Main Street and meet every single business owner, the managers, the bars, the restaurants, all of them. So it's not by accident that our police department is well respected. We work hard for that. And I think other officers in our area recognize that, and they appreciate that environment. We have had my assistant manager, who is also our clerk, just retired a few weeks ago, despite my protests and those of council and some of the others. But you know, we were able to promote from within in that case. So I think a lot of it is looking at assessing where I have a document that I keep that sort of kind of, you know, keeps tabs on who's up and coming in a department. Where do we have talent that we might otherwise miss? I work with the department directors to be able to identify people that have potential through training. You know, people that are aggressive with going for certifications on the DPS and wastewater side of things. You know, so it's always kind of keeping tabs on that. It's encouraging that. One of the things I've tried to do in my time is really beef up the professional development and the training budgets for each of the departments to make sure our staff are well trained. We've looked at promotional opportunities like within DPW, DPS, wastewater, So those are tied in where certifications and things are required to be able to move ahead. So we're incentivizing, we have cash incentives in there for certifications and degrees and things like that. So we're encouraging staff to go and get these professional development, these trainings, these certifications, and that starts to build our bench up over time. Occasionally, you need to go outside. We had a chief that retired a year ago, went outside, had a recruitment. We had about 30 applicants at the end of the day and ran a really competitive process. And our internal candidate was the best candidate at the end of the day. But I did a community panel at the end, and I had 4 candidates there, and they all looked at me at the end and went, it's going to be terrible to be you the next few days because you got 4 people that could step in and be chief. And but he understood the culture, he understood where it needed to go, and so he was the pick. So.
Great.
Kind of a variation on that theme, but the next city manager for Traverse City will have the opportunity, I believe, for about 5 new hires of direct reports, senior staff, and so that's an opportunity for the coming decades, really, to establish a corporate culture, whether we call it a new corporate culture, but you would have that opportunity. So talk a little bit about what sort of corporate culture, or different words if you want, that you would hope to have created here.
One of the things that I emphasize with our staff now is family first is one of my big things. One of the few times I've ever gotten heated with staff is when they make excuses for taking time off for family and things outside. So I feel that.
Excuse me, I need you to speak up.
Yeah, no, here. One of the things, I'll start over. So the family is important, and so I emphasize that with staff. And so one of the few opportunities where I've gotten kind of heated with staff is when they apologize for taking time off for family. Work-life balance is important. The work that we do in local government, particularly as you get into the utilities, public works, public safety, there are some very high-stress situations that require a lot of fast thinking and create stressful situations for everybody. And so it's maintaining that work-life balance as part of that culture and understanding that it's okay to do that. It's okay to step away, to take a vacation, to take a day here because you've been fried because you've been working back to back. I'm not allowed to say the word, but that thing when the water starts bubbling out of the ground in the winter. But when that kind of stuff happens back to back to back, it's okay to take like a Friday off because we've got stuff patched up and it's good to go. And just, we've done little things kind of throughout the process in terms of like our office culture and within the departments just to make sure staff feel appreciated, they feel respected for the work that they do, that they feel valued. I don't get around to all of the staff as often as I would like, but I try to be seen. I try to be visible. I try to just have the small conversations with people. How are the kids doing? Your wife was in the hospital for a surgery. How's she doing on the recovery? Things like that where you just have that sort of, it's almost like that family culture there. I mean, we spend a lot of time with our coworkers, probably in some cases more than we do. Our patrol officers are 12 hours. They're with their fellow officers for a good bit of the day. And, creating an environment where everybody feels comfortable around everybody else, where you feel like you can go, the cross-departmental work has been a big thing for me too. And I think, it's taken a lot of work on everybody's part. But I've had a lot of staff in the last few months talk about, they feel comfortable going, police department needs something done. They feel comfortable going to DPS and asking for a couple of people to kind of help with some of the physical maintenance because that relationship's there and they feel that level of comfort is there. We're doing a park project right now. Our DDA director is working hand in hand with my Department of Public Services director and his assistant director. They are designing this in a way and have designed it in a way where the maintenance is involved in the actual construction and design of the park so that it's not going to be a design change later. So it's just kind of breaking down those silos over time. And they weren't terrible when I got there, but they existed. And it's getting people to feel comfortable where they can walk into another office and they can ask for help on something. My assistant too is probably today working on an award or grant nomination for the DDA because the DDA director's tied up with a park bid and some other work. So she felt comfortable going and asking for that. The police chief has done it with other staff as well. So we're all on the same team. We're all working towards the same thing at the end of the day. And I think it helps when the police department understands why this road is under construction because somebody flags them down when they're patrolling a neighborhood and they're like, well, what's going on here? When's this going to be done? They have at least some of the resources to be able to answer those questions.
Thank you.
You've mentioned coming here as a tourist. You've mentioned that you've been watching many of our meetings. But as an outsider to this community, what will be your process to identifying stakeholders, to connecting with organizations, to hearing what the issues are that are facing the community and what the relevant voices are in that process to decide on what the proper course of action is?
So I've already done a little. I'm not going to drop names or anything, but I mean, I've reached out to a few folks that I've seen pop up kind of repeatedly, organizations that I've seen pop up repeatedly. The work that, there are some, housing is a big issue. Homelessness is a big issue. Those aren't things that the city is going to solve on its own. There's going to have to be partnerships there, whether that's other governments, whether that's nonprofit organizations, whether that's advocacy groups in the community. And so, you know, taking that step back and identifying who are the potential partners, and then, you know, in some cases it may make sense to bring everybody into a room and kind of talk through things and figure, you know, make sure that, you know, the efforts of the city aren't duplicative or aren't running counter to what other groups are doing. And so I think you've got to, you know, like I said, kind of take that step back. I've done a little bit of that now already. I've met with a few groups and some of the leadership there just to kind of talk through some of the things, their relationship with the city, where they see opportunities to maybe strengthen some things. You know, and so you know, that was part of my research as I was coming into this. So I think you've got some great, I think it's one of the strengths of the community is you have some excellent organizations that are doing really incredible things throughout the community. And there's a lot of opportunity. In some cases, you've got strong partnerships now. In other cases, I think there's opportunities to maybe rebuild or build some of those partnerships back up.
So, kind of keeping on the topic of community engagement, so what is your philosophy around keeping residents and stakeholders informed about critical issues? And if you have some examples of ways that you've done that in Milford or elsewhere.
Yeah. So I think in some organizations, and I don't know how you all do it here, but in some organizations, engagement, communication, it tends to be part of a linear process. And it's a box you check as part of that line. And, you know, once that box is checked, you don't have to go back to it. I view it, and I got to come up with a better analogy because I was trying to explain this to one of my kids, and she's just looking at me like, what do you mean a telephone cord? But if you think of the old telephone cord that looped, and, you know, engagement to me when it's done well, you have a starting point. It could be a design, it could be a program you're looking at, and you've got some piece of it assembled. And I'll give an example in a minute, but you have some piece of that assembled and ready to go. And so you present on that and you solicit feedback from stakeholder groups, from the community, from a neighborhood. And then you go back and you take that feedback and you incorporate it into any kind of changes or tweaks to that program or anything that you might do. And then you loop back and you do another presentation or another engagement on that to make sure that you've heard everybody correctly, to make sure that you've captured those changes. And you may not, and if you've got reasons for not incorporating those changes, it's an opportunity to explain that to the stakeholders. And so the example I'd give is we were running into, with road projects, and I think anybody that's been involved in road projects can appreciate this. You know, you get the project going, you got the bid award, and everybody's ready to go, and you start construction, and, you know, we have our inspectors that we contract with, they distribute notices to everybody. And you start getting calls from the neighborhood, and they're, you know, well, I've got this flooding that happens at the end of my driveway. Are you going to do anything about that? I've got, my neighbor's got this. What are you going to do about that? So a few years ago, we started incorporating in where on major projects that we've got, where we're doing anything other than like a simple resurfacing. So if we're just doing a mill and overlay on a road, we typically won't do it unless it's part of a bigger project, and then we'll invite folks as well. When we get the engineers to about what they consider to be about the 70 or 80% design mark, where they've got a bulk of the project designed, a bulk of the infrastructure is on paper, we'll do a public meeting and we mail out a notice to everybody in the neighborhood that's adjacent to that. So if we're doing a particular street, everybody in the street gets a letter from me that says, please join us on this day. We're going to have drawings. We've got the engineers stationed around the room. We do a quick little, 10, 15-minute presentation, and then we let everybody kind of go, and their house is on one of those sheets that's around the room. And they can point to things that they notice on the street and let the engineers know, and they're marking up the plans while we're going through. Then we circle back just ahead of construction. So once the contract is actually awarded, we have the contractor come on. We have the inspector that's going to be on site every day that comes on to We've moved these sort of to Zoom of late. It was one of the things that we noticed is we had much better participation on Zoom than we did when we were in person, so we've kind of kept them there. But we'll go back on Zoom and we kind of talk through some of these and we do a presentation, introduce everybody that's going to be out in the field, cover the things. Here's what we changed based on the feedback from the prior meeting. And so we're circling back with those residents in those neighborhoods and saying, all right, you expressed concern for these items. Here's how we've addressed that. We looked at this, we really couldn't address it the way you wanted, but we've done these other changes that we think we might be able to do. Helps us in a couple ways. One, the residents know what's happening. They've at least had that opportunity. We record these meetings, we post them on our website. We also publish a weekly construction update. We encourage them to sign up for that, and it's focused. It's an email that they get, literally just tells them where the construction project is, what's happening this week, what's scheduled for next week, weather permitting. And so we found that that really kind of helps keep them in the loop and engaged on things. If we've got a change in the project, that's going to be in the construction update. We also have our construction inspectors that are kind of, if anybody's driveway is blocked, there's a notice going on the door, a couple days in advance. Like, it's Wednesday, on Thursday and Friday, you're not going to be able to get in your driveway for the weekend. Monday, you should be good, we'll let you know. So it's letting them know who they can go to on site for issues, letting them know what the bulk of the project's going to be addressing, what the goals are, the timeline, everything else. It's been well received for the most part. So, and it takes 2 hours, 2-3 hours of time. It's negligible.
You have been doing some research and watching our meetings, and I'd like you to choose one of the challenges that you think we are facing right now, and let me know if you have some ideas for, strategies for us moving forward to address the challenge, let's say, over the next couple years.
Yeah. Just one.
There are many. There are
yeah.
many. Just choose
No,
one. You can do them
and
all.
honestly, some of the things, I mentioned stormwater is an issue. I know that's I watched things yesterday a little bit. I think that's an issue everywhere. I think, obviously you're dealing with some issues with homeless population and housing that's directly related to that. I think on the homelessness issue, there's a lot of partners that are doing different things in the community. And I think there's a good opportunity to that's an opportunity to bring everybody to the table. Let's sit down, let's talk through some of the things that are happening, some of the gaps that exist, where are there gaps in services, where are there things that we can maybe improve. And those are maybe opportunities for the city to step in and help. Those are maybe opportunities for some of the partner organizations. There may be funding opportunities that they're eligible for where they can take some of those things on. But I think that's an issue where the city's not going to solve it on its own. It's just, you're not. It's too big an issue. And there's a lot of other communities around the state that are dealing with it as well. I know Kalamazoo is dealing with it. I've had some conversations with some of their staff there and just some of the things they're doing just to kind of familiarize myself with it. But you've got some great partners in the community that are paying a lot of attention to that particular issue that I think have a lot to offer. And I think that's a really good partnership opportunity to kind of get everybody around a table, start talking about some of the things that can be done. And again, where are the gaps? Obviously you've got people that are sleeping outside in the winter months, even though there's shelter available. It's not an issue we have in Milford really, so it's kind of a newer issue for me, but something that I've got some familiarity with from past experience. So, but I do think it's a good opportunity for partnerships.
Thank you.
We're getting close to the end of our time here with you
Yeah.
at this point. Of course, you'll get to see us all later on this afternoon. As you know, we're interviewing 5 individuals today. Yeah. And sometime in the next week, we're going to have to make a decision. Why should we pick you? And you can also, any other closing remarks you want to make.
I said it earlier. I love this work. And probably one of the best compliments I got from a friend of mine in the week kind of leading up to this was that from his perspective, I don't view this as a job. This is sort of my calling in life. And my entire adult life has been in some form of public service, whether it's been in nonprofit world. I spent a few years doing a national service program through AmeriCorps. I love the work. I love working to build a stronger community. And I think I have done that everywhere I have stopped along my career, and I would love the opportunity to be able to help do that here. I have enjoyed watching the meetings. You'll laugh at it, and as you will, I love the work. And yeah, there's challenges, but somebody's got to do it. And at the end of the day, like, we're the people in the chairs, and we're the ones that have to do that work. And I enjoy that part of the job. I enjoy being able to go down a street in a neighborhood and look at the new paved road and look at the new stormwater system and be able to look at the sidewalk network that we've built out and say, look, we did this. That their day-to-day life in this neighborhood is better because of the things we've done. And I enjoy that, and I think there's a lot of opportunity to be successful here. And really, it's a great community, but all of us have potential to be better than we are today. And I would love to be part of that here.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time and being with us today so far.
Thank you all for the time. Thank you for the work you do.
And,
Looking forward to the rest of the day.
You know, and if you think we were nice, your next one's not going to be.
I'm ready for that.
Ah, they're nice people. They're
nice.
They're nice but tough.
Okay, I'll see you all in a little bit.
Thanks, Christian.
You get sick too.
This is a strawberry seed.
Oh, no.
Look at the right column. Getting through Chicago yesterday was a little crazy, so.
Oh, yeah, don't fly through Chicago.
Yeah, my flight here ended up being about 3 hours delayed, and so it was about 10 o'clock at night when I got here, so,
sorry.
yeah.
I
So
was
everything,
wondering if you were going to make it in.
yeah.
Glad you did, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
apologize. I just washed my hands, so it's still damp. Nice to meet you, Tim Warner.
You might as well stay there. The other one will be back in a moment. You can sit, you know. Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, you're lucky you missed that.
My yard appreciates it.
A lot.
Let's see,
Yeah.
what was it? I did get a
Did.
post, Doug.
We haven't been around to see.
That's a
I
marshy
did too
area,
this
so
week.
it can raise
Got one
pretty
more to
quick.
do and my fence is repaired.
9 and 10 said Sutton's Bay had 7 inches yesterday, but the paper this morning said 4, so
I
I
thought
don't
it was
know.
Leland. It's Leland.
Leland was 7.5.
Yeah.
It's spotty, yeah.
It was what? That's
Well,
about right?
well, it's just spotty. There was a lot. I drove from Sutton's Bay, and there was a flooded part of M22
All right.
with standing water all the way across. Yeah.
There we go. Let you get comfortable, get yourself a glass of water poured before we get started here. You ready?
Ready when you are.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you for
Even
having
though
me.
a little late last night, but that's okay. So your accommodations were well, good. First of all, we want to thank you for your interest of wanting to be a part of this community and submitting your application. So hopefully we can get you through this painful part first, then you can have fun with the rest of them. So we'll take it from there. Why don't we start out with you giving us a little bit more of your background. Of course, we've seen a lot of the information, but you explain it more in your own words and in your own way. So.
Yeah, I'm sure when you probably saw my application materials, you were like, what is a person from Iowa applying for Traverse City? And I go back to the start of my career, was actually in Michigan. Straight out of grad school, I started as a management and financial analyst in Ottawa County, Michigan. And so I was there for a little over 2 years. And that's really when I first became introduced to Traverse City. It was kind of this area that was just 2.5 to 3 hours away, quick drive, come and visit, and not something that you had in like Grand Haven or Holland area. You had something really unique here that was worth visiting. And so I always had kind of in my mind, well, if this job ever came open, it would be something I think I would want to apply for. I left Michigan and went back to Iowa, mostly to be closer to family at the time. And I got my start in a small community of Griswold, Iowa, of a town of 1,000 people, supervising 5 people. Very small town where I got to experience a lot and learn how to do just about everything. And that is really what I have taken with me through the rest of my career. I was very, very fortunate to be at a conference when the city administrator in Clinton, Iowa, a community of about 26,000, said he had a finance director position open and would I be interested? And that was just an opportunity I couldn't say no to, knowing that it was going to increase the number of employees that I would be supervising, as well as just the size of the organization I would be in. And so I made my way to Clinton, where I got the fortunate opportunity to not only be finance director during very difficult times, very hard times, and learned a lot from that. But also then when the opportunity came open, I became the city administrator there. Clinton was a wonderful community that had a lot of challenges in terms of trying to keep population. And that brought about, again, looking at things through a different lens and doing things a little bit differently. Ultimately, the job in Marshalltown came open in Marshalltown, Iowa, which is in central Iowa, population a little over 27,000. That job came open in August of 2016, and my brother and sister-in-law lived there, and they had just told me they were pregnant with twins. And so I decided I wanted to be Aunt Jessica as well as being the city administrator, and ultimately I applied for that position and got it. And so that is where I've been most recently. I am looking for opportunities in the Midwest. I think there's something about, that Midwest nice, I'll say specifically Iowa nice, that doesn't fit very well in maybe other parts of the country. And that's really why I think that my time and talents should be directed somewhere here in kind of the central part of the country. But Traverse City has always been a place, for many years that I have thought that would be an interesting place to work. It looks like a great place to live. It's a fun place to visit. I think I would like to bring all those things together in my life.
Okay, thank you. Amy?
All right, well, I've been kind of starting out with a whopper here. So we're all human. So can you talk about a time that you made a mistake professionally and how you addressed it with your staff, supervisors, or commission, or whomever you were answering to, or the public? And I'll add some context here. I realize I've been kind of just throwing this one out there. We're a very engaged community, and so there's a fair amount of scrutiny for everybody who's engaged in this whole county even. So people make mistakes. So how do you deal with that?
Well, I can think of two right away, so, but I'll give you the one that was probably the most public. Part of what I do in Marshalltown is manage the capital improvement plan, which really is, from the planning phase into the implementation of, we are looking at I'm working with the finance director, looking at our debt capacity, figuring out, what do we have available for the projects that are on the list, and then bringing that back to the council and really sort of the format where they get to decide. I had an Excel spreadsheet. We had needs that were exceeding $10 million. We were trying to stay, at that $10 million or below range. And as I am sitting there or standing up at the podium, talking to the council, trying to, get some movement on what do we want to do, what do we not want to do, and kind of making some of those big decisions, I realized that my Excel spreadsheet had an error. I had not captured all of the cells.
So my question gets to when you're managing, whether it's city council, city commission, whatever name we want to put on it, how do you facilitate and encourage the body to make an informed decision?
Well, I think that comes back to...
You forgot your second part of that. Go ahead.
Oh, well, and I was asking also.
I thought it was a good question.
What do you think is an informed decision? Like, in your mind, if you want to start with that, like, what is an informed decision,
Wow.
and how do you help us make an informed decision?
That's a really hard question to answer because sometimes informed decisions aren't always what goes, and so that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not an informed decision with whatever the commission or council decides. But I do think that an informed decision is one where you are all provided the information that looks at a wide variety of possibilities or recommendations, and so that you're making a decision based on all possible scenarios or all information presented to you. I think that is my job as city administrator, city manager, that is one of those things that, the buck stops with me. I'm very hands-on in putting together my own memos and information and doing my own research for the council or commission packets and what's going out publicly, and making sure that I have captured as much information as possible. I am human, I'm not perfect, and there are often multiple viewpoints with things or things that are out there and possibilities where perhaps me or no one else has really gone there, and that's when I'd say, put a hold on it, let's come back with more information. But it's all about making sure that you all have the information that you need and are comfortable with in order to make a decision, and I think that's really an informed decision.
Thank you.
Among our candidates, we've got people from different levels of government and even out of state, as you are. But in your experience so far, what has been your tactic for developing relationships and with, say, different levels of government, adjacent municipalities, and working to, either within your own municipality or beyond that, develop roads, sewer, and other infrastructure projects?
Yeah, I can tell you what you have here in Traverse City and with the county is something that's very unique that I've not been part of before, but I keep thinking about what a great use of resources when you're working together. My experience in Iowa is that basically with Clinton and with Marshalltown, those were both county seats, so the county courthouse was in the community. There are not always friendly relationships in Iowa between counties and cities. Cities are nonpartisan, counties are partisan, and that tends to create a divide where sometimes maybe working for the greater good of the area that we all live and work in doesn't always seem to get through. And so I think it's all about trying to figure out where there are possibilities, and that's really what we tried to do specifically in Marshalltown. You know, for a number of years, there had not been these kind of joint meetings with the county commissioners and the city council. We revived those in the last year to just bring people together to talk about things. One of the things that we were working on was a design for East Main Street, which included the courthouse and another county facility. And so we wanted the county on our design team at the city level. We would also like them to participate financially. I think that still remains to be seen. But I think starting at that level of just figuring out what do you have in common is the greatest way to get things going. And if there's more room for growth and discussion after that, just keep finding those common points, knowing that along the way you're probably going to have some difficulties, difficult topics that maybe not everybody agrees on. But I think starting in the common areas is the best way to get going.
So coming from another state, I'd be curious to hear a little bit about if you were to become city manager for Traverse City, how would you go about getting to know this community and building relationships with local stakeholders? And who do you envision or identify as being stakeholders in a community that you need to connect with?
Yeah, so I would say first off, I would probably be relying upon all of you to give me the who do I need to meet. That you really, because I don't know the community, you all are going to know that better than I would, and that is guidance that I would need. Just off the cuff, you know, obviously getting to know the county, because there is such a close relationship here with shared facilities, that is a very important thing, to just know your neighbors and to make some friendly relationships there. I also know that coming from a community with a historic downtown, the downtown group is a very important group. It's a very important economic driver to Traverse City. And so getting to know them and understand what their needs are and build a relationship there is very important. I also put the Chamber of Commerce on there too. That ultimately, you know, I feel like the city and chamber, we're all shouting from the same rooftop of, you know, this is a great place to live and to be and to work. Like, how do we work together? And so those are kind of the key ones that I would point out. Also, school district. Schools are a very important part. I know that there are definitely times when cities and school districts don't always think alike on when you do a street project and when things happen and timing things. But I think that that's also just a very important place to connect initially.
Which of my questions will I ask? I am going to do this one. Being city manager means that you have to answer to many different factions, right? The city commission and city staff and constituents and press. This is a demanding job and a place that has many pressures on it. And I'm wondering, given that, what motivates you to work in government that allows you to be able to deal with those kinds of conflicting pressures, often conflicting pressures?
Yeah, so my motto that I took from the book Extreme Government Makeover is, we live to serve and we should do it spectacularly. So if I'm not doing something at that spectacular level, which is where my motivation is, then that's where I really have to step back and sort of analyze what's going on here. And I think that's where I get really the energy for moving forward. One of the things that I just love about government, specifically kind of in that capital improvement public works area, is you get to take on really big projects that can change your community, and you see the impact of that. Sometimes it might take 5 to 6 to 10 years to get something done, but you still get to see that impact. And that's where I really thrive, is getting to see how government works. Government doesn't always work for everybody. I totally understand that too, and there are times where people are very angry, especially when you've had a street project or something going on for a long time. But those just come with the day-to-day. I would like to believe that at the heart of everybody, we all want good for each other and for the community. And I think starting from that basis of hopefully there is a shared understanding there. We might not always like how things happen and how we would like them to be, but starting at the point of, can we all come back to the point that we care about the community and that we can at least find some common ground.
Thank you.
Jessica, you've been hired as the city manager, and you've been here for about 6 months. And you've noticed that whenever you make a suggestion, some possible change with one of your direct reports, that direct report always seems to be resistance. That report openly doesn't want to change. That direct report goes and talks to previous supervisor or others, about the things that they are being requested to do. So how do you deal with this?
I would say that I look at a department head team as being the team of experts, and the way that I like to treat everybody is that I am your trusted advisor who's here to help you and will work with you to get through the tough stuff. There are going to be times when we all have to do stuff that we don't like, and that is just what it is. Change is inevitable. I think that there is a time period where you give somebody you've got to get on board with this, or it's just not going to work, and look at the route that you go with through human resources. If somebody truly is resistant to the point where they're dragging the culture down and trying to undermine with opportunities. And so I do think, though, that it starts with a lot of listening, a lot of talking, trying to understand where that person is coming from. I just think the response of, well, we've never done it that way, isn't a good reason, and that I like to think about things in terms of logic. So if someone can give me a logical reason to not do something or an alternative, I'm willing to consider it. But ultimately, I think there still has to be the understanding of the city manager is the one who is in charge. I'm ultimately the one who will defend you. I am the one who will, work with you if something goes wrong. That is my job. I am a partner with the department heads, and so I'm not hanging somebody out to dry if it's something that they really, really feel strongly against, and we'll work through it together. But there might be a time where together just doesn't work.
Thank you.
Back to my nuts and bolts here. So we are facing a lot of retirement in the next couple of years, like very few years in Traverse City. And so if you were to become the city manager, that succession planning and managing that would fall to you. So how would you deal with the succession planning for the positions you know are coming? And how would you recruit and or develop and retain talent for those positions and anything else that might arise?
Yeah, I think the first thing to do is identify the positions where retirements are believed to happen, even though somebody might have not even said anything, but just knowing who is out there, and then kind of working with each department head to understand, is there anybody internally that really could meet the demands, and if not, trying to figure out what are those positions that you just know right away you would pursue a public posting on in order to make them happen. I am a strong believer, and if somebody wants an opportunity and they're willing to put in the work for it, you have to help them. That's part of who we are as human beings, is helping each other. And so I do think that is important, to identify those in the organization that have the desire to go further and to work with them as well. The fire department in Marshalltown, the fire chief and I have had many conversations that there are many of his firefighters that are just happy where they're at being firefighters. And that's great because you are always going to need them. But you also want to build up that internal knowledge and skill set internally where you have opportunities, and those individuals sort of self-identifying to say, I'm ready for the challenge is a great way to get started. And then it's management's job to provide the opportunity for them to grow.
Great, thank you.
So to me, the positive side of the succession planning and such is the opportunity to build potentially a new culture here. There are likely 5 direct reports for the new city manager, department heads, direct reports, and so those folks could be in place for decades to come. So what are your thoughts as far as the culture that you would hope to build? If you're willing to describe what that might look like or be.
Yeah, I will just say it's always been fun to select who gets to be on your team. Nothing bad about anybody who's existing. We all come into jobs where there are existing people. But going through the process and giving somebody the opportunity to be part of something bigger that you're building as a community is a really fun thing. I would say that if you talk to past department heads that I've hired in communities, they would say that they came into a situation where there was a lot of trust that was given right away, and that there was a lot of then respect that was built from those relationships kind of on both sides. And so I see that you want somebody to do something on their own. Typically, this in a position, police chief, fire chief. I mean, this is the top of the line for them and their career. And how do you let somebody sort of build the type of organization that they want as well? And I think that I am here to help promote and enable somebody, and that ultimately, I think the culture that I provide is just sort of one of caring, generosity, thinking about others, and just knowing that we all do stuff outside of our offices. Family is very important. It's been important in every organization that I've come from, and so just an understanding that we all have things that go on, and that we can talk about how those things impact who we are at work, and really just be open and honest with each other. Honesty is a big thing with me, and so I would say that's one of those things where the more honest conversations that we can have with each other, the more we can all grow together.
Thank you.
Okay, going off that, recognizing that we do have a number of vacancies, current or soon to be. We've got various issues affecting our community: stormwater, homelessness, housing, infrastructure, a dam that needs replacing. We've got an election in 2 months that could change most of the faces this side of the desk. How comfortable or how soon do you think you could get up to speed, and how quickly do you feel it would take you to be comfortable making big decisions about policy direction for the city?
Well, I think I would need some time. Obviously, from being just out of state, there's a learning curve coming to Michigan and understanding things, but there are certainly resources out there with the Michigan Management Association that I can tap into to help understand just those processes that we all have to go through to operate as a unit of government. I do think that the election coming up in November is a concern. I don't want to say concern in a bad way, but I think it would be a concern of if there is a new members to the body that are elected in November, that we would want to make sure that everybody was seated before big decisions came forward. However, in Iowa and communities, I have done strategic planning. I feel like that probably is a good point in time to do some strategic planning where you have a lot of knowledge carryover that might be leaving the organization and new coming in, so that you can talk about what are those goals of the community and what are some of the ways that you're going to work there. I think that is a really good time to to sort of bring new people in and give those that might not be serving in the future the opportunity opportunity to really have some conversation about why things in the in the past have been a priority and what's happened on those. I think it's great when there's not animosity in elections, and that we can all work together. I think that's the thing, is that, you know, a local election means that somebody wants to sit in a chair up here and serve the community, and that hopefully there's that common ground to build from.
So, as the new city manager, you would surely have some ideas about changes or new initiatives that you might like to bring to Traverse City. So could you talk to us a bit about a program or an initiative that you've been involved with, that had was a positive experience, and how that program or initiative might possibly be beneficial to Traverse City?
Oh, that's a hard one, because I think the example I was going to give is one that you already have going on here with some social workers in the police department. That was something that just Marshalltown, the budgets are always tight. There's not extra money sitting in the general fund to fund anything. Annually, there's a request for more officers that just, the money is not there without eliminating something else, and the council has not wanted to do that, so we are where we are. We had the luck of CARES Act funds that came into the state of Iowa post-COVID, and the state decided to distribute those back on a per capita, portion of those back to each community on a per capita basis, to be used for very specific expenses. And one of those was public safety, so, and specifically public safety overtime. And they did this at a point where in Iowa, the fiscal years are July 1 through June 30th. So we were receiving the funds after July 1st for expenses that occurred well, you know, into like March of 2020, well before the fiscal year ended. And so the state didn't care about the accounting of it. We essentially operate on a cash basis and then accrual at the end of the year, essentially. And so as I was talking with the police chief, I thought, you know, you guys had the most overtime in the last fiscal year. That money, you know, we paid that overtime. It's gone. It's off the books. We can't really reimburse ourselves for it. And what if we took your idea to the council with the idea of putting that funding from the prior fiscal year into bringing about a contract with a local organization to provide a social worker to the police department? And he was good with that. I think he was more than happy with that. And so we went to the city council sort of with not even asking for the full amount that was going to be needed for really the first year and a half, because we wanted to give it a year and a half to make sure that we had some good data. And the only time in my life I've witnessed it, the council was like, oh, let's fund the whole thing. And so, so that was one of those things that was just really exciting to see, a way to use funds that we had never anticipated getting in a way that they were already spent for the prior fiscal year. How do we put them to work for us in the fiscal year? And that program has now received some federal funding and some significant donations, and continues on with 2 social workers.
Wonderful. Well, we certainly could use a second one for our police department, so
There are
may be
Department of
opportunity.
Justice grants out there for that.
I mentioned earlier, we have a climate warrior here who's in her 90s, who asked us to ask candidates their ideas for climate resiliency and what they would put as a priority in city government to, you know, keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think that, you know, that is one of those things that has to come as a priority of the commission, looking at your past strategic plan and your priorities, that is there. I am not a climate expert. I don't have any big ideas, but what I will say is, Traverse City, you are a city, you are part of a region, and you are part of this bigger region with Lake Michigan. And I think that is something, when you think about having a freshwater body that large that is at your doorstep, that is something you have to think about. And how do you keep the lake clean? I think it really starts kind of back at that level of just keeping your natural resources as pristine as they are now for future generations to come.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. We got about 5 more minutes. Well, we got 10 minutes.
Seven.
No, we got 7 minutes.
Five.
I do struggle quite a bit, you know, with, you know.
There's a
anything.
theme today of people struggling with math in this line of work.
I don't have my spreadsheets in front of me.
Okay, former city manager.
A city commission member has approached you as the new manager with a dynamic idea. You recognize the project is a good idea, but don't believe it's in the current plans or budget. How would you handle that situation?
Well, I think that, you know, it's great to have a plan, but there's also times where, you know, sometimes you just have to sell something to everybody else. And I would work with that commissioner on, you know, is this something you've talked to your fellow commissioners about? Is it something that you think there would be support for? And if it sounds like that, why not bring it forward so that you can at least start talking about it? I don't like to be so rigid to say you can only do strategic planning at this time of the year and this is the only way things happen. I like to think about how things, so in my way of doing strategic planning, I like goals that are very broad so that you try not to run into this situation, so that everything really does come back to fitting within the plan. But I think it's all about how much conversation has there been with others. You know, I'm happy to facilitate and talk about how things might work, but I do think that there's some homework that would need to be done on the part of that commissioner making that request, to make sure that it's a viable idea that others are in support of. And when you have a great idea that people can support, I've found that you can generally figure out how to get things done.
Okay.
Mayor, I was wrong. It's 2:25. I told you the wrong thing.
So we have 10
minutes. You do have 10 minutes. Sorry.
The things the mayor has to live
Another
with.
math error. There's just a pattern here today.
The things the mayor has to live with. Anyway, okay, we got time for a couple more questions. Go ahead, Amy, or whoever has one.
You know, I'll yield if somebody has one that they really want to dig into on this one.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
I would love to, because I see on, I think it was your telephone interview maybe, as far as most pressing issues facing the city, the top one, not necessarily that they were in order, but it is your top one, housing and affordable housing at that. And so a question I did ask one of the earlier candidates as well, I think, was what are your thoughts on moving quickly to address the housing crisis in Traverse City?
Well, I think the word quick is a really tough word, because housing doesn't happen quickly. I mean, oftentimes those projects take a lot of planning with the developer to get up and running. So quick is a really hard word, which means then you have to figure out, if quick is the goal, what can you do that really meets that definition? And I think that would be looking at what options are available within the community. But I would just say my experiences with housing, nothing really happens quickly. But one thing, when I talked about this with the realtor on the tour, is just, you mentioned affordable housing. That gets such a negative rap. And I think what people tend to not realize is who really lives in affordable housing and who needs those opportunities. And I think that's where there's always time for education with the community about, you know, who's making the salaries and the wages that really qualify for those positions, and being just upfront with that so that they realize it might be the person working at the grocery store or someone who, you know, they knew as a kid in high school and didn't take the traditional path. But quick is a hard word.
So I'm going to piggyback on that and say, forget quick. If you had 2 to 3 years to think about the housing, what would you, do you have strategic ideas for that?
Well, yeah, I think it's identifying where are those areas for opportunities. What developers have you worked with? What developers have not been in here in Traverse City, but are developing the type of housing that you want to see? And what can you do? I will say I'm not familiar with the incentive structure that you really have here in the state of Michigan, but if housing is a priority, I think it's up to the commission to really make it a priority financially. I can tell you in Marshalltown, housing was a problem. One of the things that we actually did was took some land that was in an area where it just needed like 700 feet of street access and some water and some storm sewer to develop 10 lots. We purchased the property, we did the project, and then we platted it, and then we sold it off to a developer. And so that was a risk that the city was willing to take in order to make sure that housing could happen and that there were platted lots for new homes to be built. It's a big risk, but it all just depends on the appetite of, I think, those who are sitting in your chairs.
Can I ask a really quick other question? So, as you're the only candidate, you're the only candidate, I lost track for a second, who's coming in from out of state, a quick question kind of related to this is our toolbox for housing is pretty limited, but the legislature can control that. So, because Iowa is different from Michigan and everybody else, we kind of know how they all interact. Give us an example or tell us about how you've worked on state level or higher level to either affect change or the relationships you've had just to keep higher level leaders informed.
Well, I can tell you one very specific example. In 2018, there was a tornado that hit downtown Marshalltown. We were a Main Street community, Main Street, Iowa community, and that right there connected us with the state in a way that they wanted to bring in resources to assist. And so right away, the Iowa Economic Development Authority gave us a $1 million catalyst grant for the city to grant out to projects where rebuilding was happening and there was sort of a catalytic impact. One of the things that we found was it's really hard when you're trying to recover from a disaster to be thinking about spending way more money than you're going to get in insurance, and that we needed time for properties to turn over where an owner was not going to do anything, and that we needed new people to come in to try and help make some things possible. And so when we felt that we had those projects that were kind of teed up and could talk about them, we went back to our contact with Iowa Economic Development Authority and said, we'd really like $500,000 to support just the growth of downtown housing. So nothing else, just new units in downtown. And it took a little bit to hear a response back, but they basically said, sure, here's your $500,000 to do that. And everybody's happy now with the units that are there, that are coming online now. It took a lot longer, but that's where I go back to housing is not quick. No matter how you do it, it's just not quick. Everything takes time.
5 minutes.
Okay, I'll ask one.
No.
Closing now.
No, it's mine. No, you don't. You're done. As you know, we're interviewing 5 candidates, all of them very well qualified, and in the next week, we will have to make a decision. So in that decision, why should we select you?
I think you should.
This is going to be your closing.
Okay. I don't know that I'll go on for 5 minutes, but I think that you should select me because I have 13 years of proven management experience. It's not been in an area where you can see or that you've actually experienced, but I do hope that, the internet allows us to go out there and see what's happened. I've been through some really bad times in Marshalltown with disaster recovery and things, but the spirit of working for the community, a community that I live in and that I love, that is something that I bring with me anywhere I go. And so I know how to manage. Every community has its challenges, and sometimes they're the same. I can't say that I've ever dealt with a dam, but there's always things that you have to learn in each community as well. I am a fast learner. I am quick to pick up things, and I am excited to learn about Traverse City and to find how I can fit in here and help move the organization and the community forward.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You got any other questions or thoughts?
Nope, I don't.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
and I'm
you.
so
Thanks so
happy
much,
that you're here.
Jessica.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Bye.
It's not usually this cold here.
Yeah.
At this time
I
of year.
understand.
It was 93 earlier this
Yes.
week.
94.
Oh,
2 days
it is
ago.
September now, guys.
Yeah,
94 and
this
it felt
is
like
seasonal weather
98.
for September. These leaves will be
you.
changing color.
How's that?
You don't mind, go over.
My picture in the record deal is from when I started.
Absolutely.
Because that's what happens at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's good. Well, yeah, and it's good to have somebody kind of have sat in on this portion of it, too.
But no,
You
have a
Right.
You have to sit through all of this.
I do.
and write down your
Yeah.
thoughts.
And I'm like, you know what, they're gonna.
We'll give you $45 for the day.
Yeah.
And lunch.
It'll be so worth it.
I didn't get lunch during jury duty, to be fair, but,
Yeah. But yeah,
but
just
we'll offer that because we have the whole spread.
kind of randomize people that like
So,
have never
It allows me to
been to a
just-
city commission meeting
Yeah.
or anything. and,
Yeah, that'd be even better. Never
Suddenly they're like,
Yeah, because,
engaged.
I mean, if we had Ann Rogers and Rick Buckhalter.
No,
and-
never engaged.
I don't know that I've.
No,
ever
I'm
been
saying
there.
we could have 5 people that would be statistically most likely to attend our meetings be there. Or, yes, it would be a lot better if we had people that might not even know our names.
well, I mean,
somebody
it
that
could
works at
be.
juniors.
I like
I
it.
thought you had like 28.
I don't think we can both use that.
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm not making this decision. That's not gonna help you.
Oh, boy.
We could try though.
That's right, it is.
Yeah, so, got that arranged.
Yep.
Next week I turn 49.
For the first time.
Oh my gosh.
Good question.
So
My wife.
Are you allowed to ask that?
not right.
He started offering, yep.
We talk about age and.
He volunteered it.
I missed it.
Of course, if I really wanted to know that, I'd just go downstairs and look at your voter registration
Yeah.
card.
We have ways.
There's no privacy.
No, we all live in a picture.
Yeah, it can all be found. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. I would like to tell you that we saved the best for last. Not necessarily. Christopher, thank you very much for your interest in applying and in considering this as part, for this position. Of course, most of us have worked with you in some capacity in some ways, so again, we thank you, for even sticking your neck out like that. If you have any problem with the county commission, just let me know, and I'll go up and just beg for forgiveness at a later date, so that'd be fine. Anyway, as we get started here, we would go ahead and let you get started by giving us a brief overview. We all have gotten your resumes and all the information, but just tell us why.
Yeah.
Learn more about yourself.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commission, just thank you. I'm really honored to be here, and it's a pleasure to be part of this interview process. So as I was getting ready for this interview last night, I did pull out my resume, and I did something a little different. I started from the bottom and then worked my way up. And when I did that, I thought back at my time at Wayne County at the prosecutor's office. Fresh out of law school, had vision of being this career big city homicide prosecutor. And then I'm asked to work on this special project, this initiative. Then prosecutor, now Mayor Mike Duggan, we want to address blight in the city. We want your help working with other staff in trying to eliminate drug houses in the city of Detroit. And my career path starting then took this left turn. And out of that, though, I learned that I had a skill set and a passion for taking on bigger community impactful initiatives, programs, and projects that started in Detroit, that I honed that skill set and passion working in the Metro Detroit area for cities, and then continue on in the county. So it'd be an immense pleasure if you would allow me to take that skill set and passion and harness it to really move the city forward and really address in a collaborative way some of the bigger community problems that exist here today in Traverse City.
What are the big problems
So
from your
it's-
perspective?
Sure, absolutely. So number one, I feel it is affordable housing. That issue, I think unfortunately is a little bigger than what we know. And let me just give you an example of why I say that. So the county, working with Venture North, administers Community Development Block Grant Program. It is low interest, zero interest loans for businesses that are looking to grow and add staff. And what I've learned talking to our partners at Venture North is that there's difficulty for businesses in our communities to score for those grants because the low-income blue-collar employees that qualify to work at those companies, and those companies then get the grant, that a lot of them are working from home and living from home. Because they're living from home, they're usually living with mom and dad, and mom and dad have a higher income range. And because of that very fact that they're living at home in the basement with mom and dad, that is a barrier for that local business to access capital. That's just one example, right? I think we're all familiar with the other examples of teachers, police officers, nurses, just struggling to come here. And we collectively, as a community, we really need to do our best to address that issue the best way that we can.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I've been coming out with this one. I don't feel quite as much as a blindside with you on this one. So we're all human, and I should say this not because of anything in particular I can think of, but you're just more used to us. We're all human, so can you talk about a time that you made a mistake professionally and how you addressed it with your staff,
Yeah.
the commission, and or the public, and
Yeah.
how you did that?
Yeah, so I've been taught, and I embrace that you recognize your mistake, you ask for forgiveness. So I've done that throughout my career. A quick example is it was 2016. Tom Menzel left. Vicki Uppel comes in as county administrator. As civil counsel then, I was responsible to review her employee contract. By law with counties, it's 3 years that you can have that employment contract. I totally missed that. I totally missed that requirement and signed off on a larger contract. And that was brought up at a board meeting. And I think it even made the local media. And what I did is I said, that's on me. That's on me, everybody. I own that. I totally missed it. And I've done that throughout my career in individual situations that maybe it was a difficult situation and there's heated conversations, and I strive to say, look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted that way. I shouldn't have done that thing that I did.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Tim.
So on the topic of informed decisions, how do you help an elected body by facilitating, encouraging the elected body to make an informed decision, and what is an informed decision to you?
Yeah, in an informed decision, and I tried to spell this out in my resume, was I really take a data-driven approach to everything that I try to do. And data-driven, to me, is not just the facts or circumstances surrounding an issue. It also is legal principles. And so that's where I'd work with the city attorney to make sure that we always ask that important first question, and that is, number one, are you able to do what you want to do? The good news with cities is that you're home rule cities and you have a lot of flexibility, but there has to be part of that due diligence. Number one, the facts and circumstances that should always drive that decision, coupled with a good understanding of the basic principles that we all must abide by, and that is, are we authorized to do this? And I think this should be like common sense type analysis, right? It should be. The thing that I always try to avoid is let's not try to make gut decisions, instinct decisions. Let's not try to inject politics into the decision-making. Let's really rely on the facts and circumstances, which should include community input. And let's go back to first principles, and those are the very important legal principles that we all have to comply with.
Thank you.
Okay, and then going off of that, hypothetically, you are a city manager here, and a city commissioner approaches you with a policy idea or something that they think we should be doing. And you can recognize that it's a great idea, but it might not work with current plans. Either there's insufficient budget or staff capacity, or perhaps there might be significant opposition from community stakeholders or other members of the commission. What would be your approach to addressing that idea and choosing what tactics to take?
Yeah, so great question, Mitch. And honestly, my approach in dealing with those type of issues, whether it is an elected official, whether that may be a commissioner or another elected official, or its staff or its citizen, it's always important to be honest, to be open, to be candid. And if I feel like, based on what I know, that course of action may not be the best course of action, it's really incumbent upon me to tell you that. Ultimately, you're the policymakers. Also, ultimately, you're the decision makers. But we have to have open, candid conversation. And it really, we're in the business of public service. It has to happen at all levels throughout the organization as well as in the community.
So, as the new city manager, you would, I'm sure, have ideas about changes or new initiatives that you might like to see happening at the city. Could you talk to us about a program or initiative that you have been involved with that was a positive experience that you might want to bring to bear on our community here?
Yeah, sure. So I was very honored to take on a task. It didn't start with me. It started under former administration, but the task was we have to modernize the construction code department. So the construction code department at the county pre-2020 was very paper intensive. Very much submit your plans, your applications, walk into the counter, submit them over the counter. And our filing system was very, it was a filing cabinet with manila files, and it eventually got loaded up in the old AS400 system. So we were behind the times. Now, what I did when I was given the responsibility to really provide executive support of that project, and I said, well, we have to time out for just a second, because understanding that construction code doesn't just issue permits or approve plans or CFOs. The construction code department is really responsible to enforce every related regulation involving with the building of, say, a new home, which involves coordinated effort with local zoning administrator, with other departments that are involved in that review process. And that wasn't fleshed out when I started that project. So what I did, I said, okay, let's take a step back. Through relationships, contacts I've built in my former life working as a city attorney, I reached out to Carlisle Wortman Associates based in Ann Arbor. They are a planning zoning consultant firm, but they also have a code-specific division within their firm. And I asked the principal of that firm, Dick Carlisle, can you please come up to Traverse City, and could you just please do a review of how we should properly implement this? And please, Dick, look beyond just construction code and look at our local units. And he called it an audit, but what he gave us was a blueprint, a plan to how to eventually connect all your townships, your city, into that system, so there's this seamless sharing of data in a virtual manner that will allow for online construction permits. And that is a work in progress, but I'm happy to see that East Bay Township was the guinea pig. I was happy to see that they joined with us, and we've expanded that to Green Lake Township, and we're looking to add additional townships. And one day I'd love to get the city involved in that project, because I do see it as an example where I've really tried to bring innovation and modern best practices to an organization that has, I think, a broader community impact.
Thank you.
I want to ask about that, but I'm going to do this instead. So you know this, we're a town of 16,000 people, 150,000 people have Traverse City in their address,
Yep.
and another 500,000 people come and visit us in the summer.
Yep.
The 16,000 people have a lot of responsibility to maintain infrastructure and deal with problems that are beyond what a town of that size generally has. I was wondering if you have any strategic ideas of how to approach that for the next decade, for instance.
And Linda, it's infrastructure specific, right? How
Sure.
Roads,
You can go
water,
somewhere.
sewer.
You can go somewhere else with that, though.
Yeah. So yeah, let's acknowledge the fact that 16,000, yeah, that's an accurate number, but it is a little bit of a fiction when you think about who are the true users of city infrastructure. The good news is we already have systems and programs in place, and we're adding something that I think is going to really help us collectively is the Metropolitan Planning Organization, because what that will do is get us to really plan as a region, and we're doing it with the goal of leveraging our collective efforts to get additional federal dollars. It's really critical that the city has a voice in that. And that part of that committee process is very well informed of the city's own strategic goals and objectives. So that would be one approach to where you're leveraging the relationships and collaboration to access federal dollars. The other, I mean, we've had programs in place for years, and credit goes to people like Rothschilds and Richard Lewis, and that is, think about the Board of Public Works, think about the DPW office, think about the idea that brownfield should really be a county level issue, not a city or township issue. And so, you know, it's all about pulling those levers that have been established years ago and using them in a strategic, tactical way to address some of the issues you raise.
Thank you very much.
Hypothetical. Chris, you've been, you were selected as the city manager. You've been on board about 6 months. You have noted that whenever you suggest a possible change in one of your direct reports, that direct report always seems to be resistant to that change. That report doesn't openly say he doesn't want to change, but he speaks to others, and you know how the circle goes.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, how are you going to respond to that?
Yeah, so at the county in my role as deputy administrator, let me just start out just my overall thinking philosophy, my management style. It is something that, you know, I think Nate Elger should get credit for, that he's embraced and is asked us as staff to embrace, and that is servant leadership. So servant leadership really centers around, you look at that org chart and you turn it upside down. So city manager is not at the top, city manager is really at the bottom, and the city manager is saying, how can I help you be successful in everything you do? Because let's face it, there's not enough hours in the day for the city manager to really adequately drill down into all the details that every department does. City manager is not out there cleaning the streets or issuing citations or fighting fires. So the city manager, to be really effective and successful, number one, embrace servant leadership and say, how can I help you? What resources do you need? What additional help can I provide? And then go to your employees. It's okay to say I have an open door policy, but really go to your employees and have those discussions. So that's number one. Number two is, day one, it's really important to set clear expectations. I don't want staff to second guess or misunderstand who I am and what I'm about and what I expect from staff. And so I live and die by some very simple principles. The two biggest for me are to be kind and to be brave. And there's a lot you can unpack with those two words, but ultimately, that is my expectation of myself. That's my expectation of the staff. And so in that hypothetical, Mr. Mayor, that's not kind. That's not brave. And how can we get there? Right? What can I do to help you get there? And it's that simple, I feel like.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question I asked before, but a little bit of a twist on it. So, city manager, especially in Traverse City, we have very engaged people at every level, whether it's the city commission, which would be the city manager's boss, the employees, who are your experts, hopefully, as you see them, and the residents who are all serving.
Yeah.
And so there can often be conflict with that. So how do you manage that conflict, and share any ideas you would have to try and prevent conflict as you're going through with different ideas?
Yeah, so conflict, best way to deal with conflict is to build consensus. And let me try to answer that really from a community engagement standpoint. And this is kind of the benefit of reading your resume from bottom up. And there are things I forgot about that I'm like, oh yeah, so I worked with amazing staff at the city of Troy. And one of my very first assignments was, Chris, I want you to go to this Troy Futures thing. I think it's called Troy Futures 2020. What was interesting about that process was city staff were there. They provided space, they provided resources, but then it's like walk away. And let's just let the citizens get together in a room and let them come up with ideas. And let's aim big, right? Let's ask ourselves, what does our city want to look like? What do we want to be 15, 20 years from now? That right there, we did that as a region years ago. And few people out there watching, listening, they may roll their eyes because I'm going to say the grand vision.
I'm for it.
But still, I think there's some good there that what the community did in 2007. And the future of Troy plan, it's a model used in communities across the state and across the country. And so Amy, to answer your question, I would start there and I'd say, okay, let's not come to our citizens with ideas, with initiatives, with programs. Let's go to them and let them come to us with what their vision is for tomorrow. And if we start with that building block base of planning, I think the conflict, it's going to be there, right? It's going to be there. Sometimes you're going to just have to make tough decisions, and it's not the most popular decision. That goes back to kind and brave. I mean, that if you feel it's the right thing to do, but it's unpopular, that's a brave decision. But how do you minimize that? How do you build that consensus? I think what I experienced at Troy in 2005, that's a good model to explore further with all you if I'm city manager.
Thank you.
So I'm guessing you'll come back to the be kind, be brave, and answering this one. So you and another candidate have the advantage of knowing this community quite well. And to me, that is a huge advantage. The flip side is you have relationships, so it's not coming in starting fresh.
Correct.
And so then I'm finally getting to the question. There's a character I admire in a book series. His name is Neville Longbottom. And he won points to help his house win this big thing because he stood up to his friends. So I
you
guess that's
quoting
kind of
Harry
the
Potter?
question.
Yeah.
I am.
You're quoting who?
Harry
Doesn't matter.
Potter.
I'm just saying there's a character stood up to his friends. At some point, should you become city manager,
Yeah.
you will have to stand up to your friends
Yes.
who you know quite well and you love and admire and whatnot, but to do what's best for the city, not what's best for whatever entity they're with.
I do it all the time.
That's what I want to hear.
Do it all the time at the county. You know, I go back, not just kind, be brave, but I have to treat everybody the same. And I'm not, if you come to me in the county and you need help and I don't think it'll work, it's on me to tell you that right out of the gate. I don't think this will work. And I have to do it in a very open and transparent way. You know, there certainly is value to getting together in a quiet place over coffee and have those type of discussions. I'm not minimizing that, but I certainly don't want to do that in a backhanded type of way. I want to be very clear and upfront with you. You come to me with an idea, you want the county to do something. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. I want to be candid and say that just isn't going to work. Regardless if this is somebody I played golf with or somebody I had lunch with, I have that reputation for being a straight shooter. That's my reputation is everything, and I do value that.
Thank you.
Traverse City is at a point where we've got a number of senior staff that have retired or are near retirement, and beyond that, we are at a point nationwide where retirements and resignations are at levels that, though they might be declining a bit, are still much higher than they had been in recent decades. What would be your general approach and timeline to filling some of the current vacancies, and what would be your policies for fostering a culture that helps recruit and retain the employees that we have?
Yeah, great question, because the county is no different than the city in that we've had turnover, we've had changes in leadership position. I will say, if you're asking me to rank what's most important, I mean, the treasurer finance position, that really bothers me a little bit, that's been vacant for as long, and that is so important to have that. You know, I've had the pleasure of working with Dean Bott. I know Bill Tweetmeyer, and the value that a good finance director brings, because ultimately you can't achieve anything. Well, let me say it differently. There's a lot of things you can't achieve unless you know you have the budget for it, there's a line item, you have the funds available. And so that finance director, that treasurer plays a critical role in the overall decision-making process. So that's number one. And again, I struggle with that. Why is that position so vacant? And that ties to the second question, right? Why can't we collectively attract, retain? I'm familiar with the city's benefits. I am, in a way, I'm a little envious as a county employee. I also know your salary is competitive, but there has to be, that's not the complete package. You really need to offer things beyond salary and benefits. And at the county, we've really worked hard to create a different culture. And those are little things, too. Those little things are like, look, we all got together as county employees, and we all went to the Pit Spitters game a month ago. You know, county took care of the cost. We took care of parking. You're on your own for food and drinks. It was great. It was great to see everybody together, sitting in those seats after hours. There are other little things we can do that are not high cost things, like employee recognition, like wellness, like everybody is struggling with mental health issues at times. We need to make sure that we're looking out for the mental health of our employees. We need to understand work-life balance. You know, That is critically important, and we need to look at these little things. If we look at these little things, they could add up to big things, and those little things turned to big things could really fix the problems here when it comes to attracting and retaining talented people.
So on the topic of staff, can you give us an example of an experience you've had where staff did not meet your level of expectation in regard to their work product or the timeliness of their response
Yep.
to an inquiry? And what steps how did you handle that, and what did you
Yep.
do to ensure it didn't occur in the
Deal with
future?
it all the time. Deal with it all the time. It is the nature of the business. And again, I don't want to sound repetitive, but you got to hold dear, and you have to really live by your principles and who you are. And it's tough. It's tough to say, look, you didn't meet my expectations. You're not being kind and brave. You're not being inclusive in your communication. But let's develop a plan, and let's sit down and let's talk about how you can improve on those deficiencies over the course of weeks or a month or whatever. And let's take ownership of this together. So let's develop tasks. I own it, you own it, we all own it, and let's regroup together soon, and let's go over that.
I'm going to ask a question I haven't asked before because you know the area so well. And it goes back to your idea of future visioning.
I do get a little nervous when I head south of South Airport. I get teased about that. Like, Chris, come on, hang out in South County more.
I like the idea of future visioning. I, too, thought the grand vision was a good idea. And I'm curious if you were on one of those visioning committees, what it is that you would like to see the city become when it grows up. 20 years, where are we? What kind of economic development are we looking at?
Yeah.
What's the best case scenario?
So let me try to answer that the best I can and do it a couple different ways. So, I started at the bottom, working up, going into my cover letter. I use the phrase small town capable of doing big things. I really think we've collectively created this dilemma, and I think it's a false dilemma. I think it's this either or thinking. It's either we have to remain a small town or we got to grow into this metropolitan area. I don't think that's true. I think there's lots of ranges in between, and I think we can do both. And I think we can do both simultaneously. I mean, I'll tell you, having lived and worked in the Detroit area, last thing I want to see is 6-lane divided highways and I-75 running right through the middle of your town. I don't think anybody wants that. I really don't. All I want is, and this is part two of the answer, Linda, all I want is my 17-year-old daughter, my 14-year-old son, I just want to give them the opportunity to go away to college or go away to training and come back and have good jobs here, whatever that may be, right? That could be the skilled trades, that could be engineering, and that continues on, so that the future generations, they don't go away and they say, you know what, there's not those opportunities for me here in Traverse City. I think that if you distill it down, I mean, that's it. That's a big issue that we're facing with, and we're facing it really as a region.
Thank you. I agree.
Okay, we got time for a couple more questions. I know you're engaged in the community in your current position, but if you were to be selected and you're going to be switching over, how would you change your style or your engagement with the community?
So my engagement with the community is, I want to meet people where they are, number one. And that will be an expectation of staff as well. What I mean by that is I know that they're very active, vibrant neighborhood associations in Traverse City. I live base of Old Mission Peninsula, so we have Boom. I know we've got a good liaison system, but I don't know if we're engaging our neighborhoods like we should. In other words, I was at an event, it was at Clancy Park, it was just to get together, right? It's just no agenda, just get together, meet your neighbors. It would have been great to have city staff there just to listen, just to interact, just talk one-on-one. Maybe during that course of the conversation, maybe it's, look, Milken Drive, there's kids speeding down that street day in and day out. We need another stop sign. And maybe the response from whoever that is, if it's me, city manager, maybe it's like, you know what? That's something we should look at. And I'm not going to promise or guarantee anything, but I'm going to say, hey, look, let me go back. Let me touch base with you and let me describe to you the process, the steps needed to get that stop sign installed. So that's number one. We need to do that not just with our neighbors, but we need to do that with our regional partners. And we need to do that across the board. And there doesn't have to be an agenda. There doesn't have to be a push to support anything. It's really, let's talk. What are you working on? What am I working on? How can we do it all better together?
Okay. Time for one more question from up here, if someone has
There's
one.
only 5 minutes.
Yes, Amy?
No, I said there's only 5 minutes.
Okay. Chris?
6 minutes, sorry.
All right, we'll call it either, and you can take a break, we can take a break. We're interviewing 5 people.
Yep.
And while I teased before, we didn't save the best for last. That's a tease, but we thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This body is going to have to make a decision here in probably the next week. Within the next week, what are we going to do? Who do we want to select? Why should it be you?
So why it should be me is for 3 reasons. First, I've become adept at turning plans into action. And in my resume, I was very intentional in giving you as much specifics as possible. So that's number 1. Number 2, I've become adept also at innovation and modernization in our operations that ultimately provide a better public service. Number 3, I'm doing the things that seem to be important for this commission. I've established relationships. I'm working on collaborative initiatives. So if you add those 3 things up together, it means I can hit the ground running. There's no learning curve for me. Yeah, I'm going to need some time to really get to know staff and really know some more details. But I can implement, and I can implement quick versus some of the other candidates. And just outside looking in, I think my impression of all you is that's what you're looking for, right? That you've developed very well crafted, thought out strategic goals and objectives, and okay, now let's do the work. Let's act now. And that's what I think I bring to the table.
Okay. Appreciate that. Okay, we thank you. And, okay, folks, you have your agenda. We thank you, Chris, for
Thank
being
you.
here with us this afternoon and taking the time
Thank you, sir.
to put yourself forward.
Well, I'll see everybody soon.
Okay, okay. All right, we start our next item at 3:20, so most of us have got about 17
But
minutes.
I don't have one the first block.
I don't have anything until
Oh, we got
later.
knocked out. We were the 2 got to wait till the second.
Are there ground rules for
Nope.
what happens during this?
Do you want to
Don't
explain
ask
to us?
inappropriate
Don't
questions,
ask
Linda.
don't ask,
I'm famous for
don't ask
inappropriate
Chris when
questions.
he's having more kids. You're not allowed to ask those
Yeah.
sorts of questions.
Hey,
Be
you ask a
professional.
question or they can ask you a question. You-
okay.
You're just getting the feel.
Okay.
Is that the best way to explain it?
Yeah.
Well, let's let Amy answer.
I like
She's our
my
lawyer
answer.
too, though.
So I'm going to go quickly set up for logistics.
Yes.
So, yes, at 3:20 will be the first one, so we've got a little bit of a break, but I want to set up and chat with the candidates and get them set up.
We don't-
I will,
Just,
We don't have a hard copy of that.
No.
Just on our phones, okay.
well, I took a screenshot so I could.
But do we expect them to ask us?
So I will just say, and this is anybody's choice, when we did this with Light and Power, for example, I asked everybody first if they have questions for me, and I told them up front, I'm a lifelong resident. I've been 8 years on the city commissioner, at that time 7. Light and Power, 7 years. Do you have any questions for me? And then I let them kind of do it. And that, because we've been asking people questions all day, it was a good opportunity for them to dig in on a couple things and/or ask about Traverse City in general if they weren't familiar with it. So not personal, but allowed it to kind of flow a little. You don't have to do that.
That's a great approach, and you probably will find that the conversation will just flow from there.
Mhm.
And you're not gonna feel the need to say, how many kids do you have, and how
Right.
old are you? And those are the kind of questions that you don't wanna ask.
And they're not tricks. It just tells you what's on their mind of what they want to know to be more comfortable if they were to take the job.
And a great question to ask, very appropriate, is, tell me about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me more about yourself.
And when you think 30 seconds have gone by, all 10 minutes have gone by.
Yeah,
and somebody's
it'll go
knocking on the
fast.
door. And you're like, wait, I just sat
Yeah.
down.
Okay.
Thank you for sitting through this. Okay, this meeting is now hereby adjourned. I'm sorry.
All right.
For this portion of it.
No, but.
It's called a round robin. And what it is, we're all going to be in different rooms, and then one by one.